All right, let's get this party started. Let's get going. Let's put this through its first official trial. First real run on new PC. Oh, fuck. That shit was loud. Looney, thank you for the applause. Appreciate it. You're a legend. I don't know why that didn't show the alert for that. Should have shown an alert for that. I'm not quite sure why it didn't do that, but that will get figured out later on down the road. Not really. I checked to make sure a bunch of stuff was okay to load in, but I didn't really do anything. Oh, did it show? I didn't see it. Then again, I think that one is a small present. It's either a present or the little diamond looking thing. I probably just couldn't see it on the screen there. I don't know why, but whatever. That little bit of echo, it's still there, but that's all right. Not enough to stop me from playing, I know that. Hello? Are you gonna click on that? Why doesn't my mouse work all of a sudden? That was kind of weird. I don't know if you guys can hear that, if you can hear that, Looney, but it's kind of weird. My mic is good. Well, I was talking about the echo, that dulled sound. And it looks like it's coming through on the EVG. Try something real quick. I'm going to do this. Headset. and then reconnect it. Ah, and that did it. Fixed it right up. That's something I'll have to remember now, is I have to disconnect my headset and reconnect it at night. You can barely hear the game. Huh? Pretty high. I can see if I can adjust that up a little bit. Is that better? Is that better or worse? Didn't change? How about now? Car louder? Ooh. Car is low. You sure that's not your volume then? Because it's loud as fuck to me. I had to put my earplugs in. Because that's almost peaking out the EVG. To other streams, you're super low. I don't know how to make that any louder. Um, except maybe in the let's see. That'd be gaming PC. It's all the way up. On the gaming PC, that's as loud as it goes. I mean, in the game, I have it turned almost all the way maxed out on both. So, I mean, it's pretty loud in my headset. And that's low for you. The car you can't really hear the car or what? compared to my voice? Do I need to turn my mic down? I mean, I can turn the mic down just a little bit. Is that better or worse? Because right now the car is like super loud to me. So that car's too quiet then? So the DAYZ audio's too low. How much my car's wobbling. Oh. Yeah, that tells me it's definitely the server that can't keep up. But the car's too low. How can I fix that by going? How about now? Is that better? Can you hear the car louder now? Okay. So what it is then, it is the actual audio. I have to turn that back down just a bit though. That it's way too loud in my ears. I'm gonna turn that down to 60. And see how that sounds. Is that acceptable for the sound of the car? Is that better for the car? I need to know about the sounds in game. But I don't want to be deaf by the end of the stream, you know what I mean? And I turned my mic back up just a little bit. Oh my god, that shit is... I gotta tell you, that's loud. Oh, fuck, dude. That peaks out the game way bad. I have to turn that down. Otherwise, it'll just peak it out and then you'll never be able to. Okay, that just hits the red now. How's that? Ooh, look how clear that shit is. Dang. Think we're gonna have to go shoot some zombies now. Think we're gonna have to go shoot some zombies. This will take some fine tuning. Mic about 2 clicks down. About now. Better or is that worse? One. That was too much. How about now? Is that better? 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 Just jumping in about halfway. Beta? Beta. Like beta. Add up just a little bit. Why is it? Suddenly it's seem to be almost like it's you put a noise gate on it, right? On the mic. Wonder if the noise gate is delaying my my pickup a little more. Okay. What I had it at. Um I don't want to take it any higher than that because now it's going into peak audio. It's running into the red. So I don't want to be any louder than that. I want to find the little glowy dude. Where'd the glowy dude go? I wasn't paying attention and the glowy dude walked away. Where'd he go? He was a tough one. I thought the jaw. You get him, Surrey bot. You ban those bastards coming in here trying to sell your fake viewers. Your little from your little bot empire. We don't need your bots. Your bots can bite a big old bag of dicks. Damn it, why can I not? That's better. Oh look, we found a pumpkin. Taking the bottle cap though. And the beer. The beer. Don't really want a pumpkin, but it's a beer. Where'd the little glowy dude go? Where'd glowy Chloe go? Drippy, watery eyes today. Ow! See that? Bit my ass. Ouchie. Bit my butt. Stealing your Pop-Tarts for biting my ass. There's Glowy Man. Come here, Glowy Man. Glowy Man's dead. What does Glowy Man give us? Hopefully something special. Nothing? Aw, you suck, Glowy Man. All-Star Comic 8. Check. Green space helmet.
Yo, listen up, here's the story about a little guy that lives in a blue world. And all day and all night and everything he sees is just blue. Like him, inside and outside. Blue his house with a blue little window and a blue.
Well, that's gonna get us DMCA'd. You're all right. You're good. Takes two people to skip it. It's all good. The new PC makes it all worth it. Oh. You know what? You built it, and I'm not worried about it. The mouse is really responsive. We'll see how it lasts after a couple of months of my monkey paws. After my super duper monkey grip. Those theme songs gets you in trouble too. I don't know about theme songs. It depends on if it's copyrighted material or not. That's how the DMCA's work, is copyright. And it on YouTube, you don't necessarily get a copyright strike, but they mute your stream just like Twitch used to do. I mean, as long as you're not doing a whole stream that's filled full of copyrighted material. We definitely need to change something though, gestures. Because dance used to be 5. I don't know why my guy stuck his hands up. It's weird. But there's going to be some stuff that I have to go back and rebind keys and stuff too, because I took everything off of Steam and then re-downloaded all those games onto the new PC on the D drive. So I'm sure we'll be stopping again to rebind shit and do other things. Now I can dance. I'll have to get with Travis or JC about putting the music back on so that it has its own thing, or I'll have to do some experimentation to see if I can't get music playing in its own channel so that it doesn't get recorded on the VOD like I had it before. And then see how that works. I wonder if I can do like a VLC window. Just make myself a small window that does VLC stuff but doesn't get recorded on the VOD. but I have to make sure the audio track for it only goes through that window. And I don't know how that's going to work with the capture card. So, I don't know. We'll get it figured out eventually. Eventually, everything will come around. I mean, there's a lot of other people out there that, you know, they have all the same shit on there, just like I do, or just like I have now. Same setup, and they're able to do shit like that. But I'm not worried about getting DMCA'd or anything like that, especially on like YouTube, because I'm not monetized on YouTube. But YouTube is a good place to store all your stuff. Like your VODs and all the other things that you want to hold on to forever. As long as we don't get a copyright strike, we're good. Mouse movement's so much smoother now. It's almost too fast for the server, I think. Can I get quick? Oh, put on there. When I popped on the other night, or it was last night when we were testing it. Look at the gun that I found when I got into the server. It's a beast. It's the Thai Beastmaster. RSAS. You can only find these in game. You can't go buy these or nothing. And this was sitting at it spawned at the trader. It was in the wall of a building. I yoinked it. Happy Dad's Seltzer. Here's to you, Looney. Drink a beer. A beer for Looney. We may have to go hop on like a regular, just regular DayZ server, just a random one, just to see how it performs with like no mods, no nothing, or like a vanilla-esque server of some kind, just so we can run around and view shit. so I don't go deaf. Ah! Ooh, da ba dee da. Now that song's gonna be stuck in my head. Gonna be stuck in my brain. She's trapped. I put her out of her misery. Growling over there. Cooking pot? Oh my goodness. And a Duff beer to boot. Couldn't get out of an open doorway.
Alfred's here, he's a dapper little fellow in a bow-tie pair of orange and yellow. He knows he looks so cute and can act real sweet, but instead he's plotting your demise and shit. He's a mischief maker, risk taker, pushing the limits of what will annoy you. Your screen goes black, have you been hacked? You look back, it's just Alfred sleeping beside you. Sabotage and stealth are the name of his game. Fish loves him even though he's one big pain. He pushes buttons, unplugs cords. Is he doing this just cause he's bored? He's an assassin of the highest degree, not out for blood but just to interrupt the stream. He's a mischief maker, risk taker, pushing the limits of what will annoy you.
That might be a little loud.
He does whatever he wants, even though it's rude. He's a mischief maker, risk taker, pushing the limits of what will annoy you. Computer lights stop blinking now like a ninja strike. We never know when or how. He's a mischief maker, risk taker, pushing the limits of what will annoy you. Alfred's here, he's a dapper little fellow in a bow-tie fur of orange and yellow. He knows he looks so cute and can act real sweet, but instead he's plotting your demise and shit. He's a mischief maker, risk taker, pushing the limits of what will annoy you.
Ooh, that was server side. A little bit of rubber band slide there. Doot. Whoa, did you guys see that? It was like a Dukes of Hazzard jump that got pulled backwards. What are you laughing at? Laughing at me? For my Dukes of Hazzard jump. How misty it is on here. Holy shit. Like there's a forest fire in the area. Or it's like supposed to be super like foggy or something. Not quite sure. Thought there was. There's not a. This mirror was. There used to be a. Their garage down here one time, maybe? I don't know. Either way. One bad thing about this car is you have to stand on the trunk in order to refuel it. Just some good old boys. Never meaning no harm. Ah, yeah, good thinking. Well, at least that way you can fill your car and not get attacked while you're doing it. At least not by the zombies. Well, I guess these aren't technically zombies on here. They're they're the mutants. So refuel. Ninja Bunny. That's kind of irritating. You should be able to put it right where your car's at and then put your car in it. That's weird. Now I have to push enter to interact with garage. No, odd. I have to check that in the. Game Boy Advanced. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Oh, won't be vanilla vehicle stuff. I don't know. How you doing, Turtle? How's it going? We are on a new PC. I put pictures of it in Discord and everything. It's even got the monkey on there, so etched in the glass. How you doing? When you guys get a chance, you should definitely pop in there and take a look at it. Looney built it, sent it to me, and it's badass. Yeah, it is. You're jealous of the etched glass? I never thought I'd ever have a PC this powerful. Oh, stuck on the stairs. Doesn't matter how good your PC is. Can't get away from some of the DayZ shit. Well, you should talk to Looney. All the weird mutants at not hanging out. Thank you very much, Linda. Very blessed to have this. All the love to the Looney Boy for all the work he did, just because he wanted to. Oh, oh, there he is. Oh, you'd have to talk to Looney about getting extra class. I don't know. I didn't ask, but oh, Turtle, thank you
11
for the
months already.
resub. 11 months. Woo. You go. That's almost a full year, girl. But I, I don't know if I didn't ask if Looney's the one that etched the glass. I just kind of assumed that he did because it came with it. So I'm just assuming that he probably did it. But it's badass. So he put my monkey on there and everything. So at server restart, I'll show you my desktop. You get a good look at the monkey. Where did I don't know where that guy's at. He's over there growling at me though. Oh, we got a cucumber. I forget what they call that in over in the UK. got some kind of weird name over there. Well, getting stickers made is kind of expensive. Getting etched would probably be even more expensive, but well, actually, I don't know. Might be kind of roughly the same, maybe. I'm not sure. Is that a Yu-Gi-Oh card or is that a one of these ones? It's not. Oh, it is one of those, but I already have it. So never mind. I mean, vinyl would be cool. I know you can buy vinyl sticker material, and you can trace everything out and cut it all out and make your own. My nephew used to do that shit. He would make his own vinyl stickers and stuff for car windows and that kind of thing. How's the audio? Sound good? Still? Haven't really messed with anything, but I want to make sure it's still sounding good. As long as it sounded good and looking good. On OBS, it looks really crisp, but on my game screen, it looks a little flat. I want to say a little. I don't think my screen's up to the task. Cutting board. That's for pizzas. I know that. Oh, looks good on mobile. Well, that's good. I thought there was something on the shelf. Oh, brushed rifle just laying around in the old garage here. Thought I saw a bunch of mutants down there, but it was just foggy condition. Just the fog. The fog of war. Itchy facial hair. Itchy facial hair. My finger tapping is a little too fast for the, a little too fast. Game can't keep up with it. Leather sewing kit, where are you? Leather sewing kit to fix my boots, 'cause they are messed up. Hope everybody's having a good evening. Good Thursday evening to everybody. Looney built this, and it took us all day yesterday to get it all worked out so that I could stream on it tonight. All that so much smoother than the old PC. Can't say enough good things about this. It's just badass.
Running inland as fast as you can before sickness or starvation sets in, and you have to eat your friends. Days you live, die, repeat. Avoid the walls to evade the campers. Smell the ambush, making you scamper. Hiding in a bush just to go pee. Coming back to a back screen barefoot and missing your shoes.
Yeah.
Takes 2 hours to meet your friends.
Well, you got to figure the work computers, they're not designed for this kind of shit.
Working on the coast empty-handed, with a can of beans and half a bandages. And as you live, die, repeat. And as you live, die, repeat. Learn to survive first storm, fist fights on the coast over a can of beans and half a bandage. And as you live, die, repeat. And as you live, die, repeat. Learn to survive first storm, fist fights on the coast over a can of beans and half a bandage.
A gun up there.
And as you live, die, repeat. F11 to get you closer, only gets you farther away. Spend 8 hours fixing a car to get there faster, turning your cruise trip into a disaster. And as you live, die, repeat. The snap of a silencer, then it's gone again. Working on the coast empty-handed, with a can of beans and half a bandage. And as you live, die, repeat. And as you live, die, repeat. Learn to survive first storm, fights on the coast of a can of beans and half a bandage. And as you live, die, repeat. Die, repeat. Learn to survive first storm, fist fights on the coast over a can of beans and half a bandage. DAYZ, look at DAYZ, with a can of beans and a half a bandage. Can of beans and a half a bandage.
Okay, what? Oops. That was not what I. Double tap, double tap. Where is my the gun and why is it not on there now? Where's my gun? I don't know my armband. 7. Did I drop my gun somewhere? Okay, what is going on here? No way. Okay, what the fuck happened to my gun? Okay, what the hell happened? Like, all right, what the hell? Hmm, that's not good. That's worrisome. Uh, 2 magazines for the Dragon rifle, and now it's. I had it when I came out of here. Maybe here. Hmm. Well, that sucks. Kind of like that dragon rifle. Oh, I was gonna see a good clear picture of the monkey. We will show you a good clear picture of the monkey. My angry monkey. My angry. There it is. Even darkened it up so that I could use it on as a background. Use it as a tiled background on the desktop. That back up. Load that back up. That's quite annoying. Don't know where my rifle went. Sucks. I like that. Well, look at that. You got first in chat. It's all yours, Linda. You get to be first today. Provided nothing goes wrong with um, the internet. Not the only thing that can be claimed in there, too. All kinds of stuff in there. Needless to say, I'm a little bit tired today after yesterday's really long day. I'll hydrate. In order to do that, I will have to go get a drink out of the fridge. Hang tight, and I will be right back with a fresh drink. Be back in a moment. Never mind. I don't have to go anywhere. I have a drink right here. Couldn't see it because it was blocked by the microphone.
Did somebody say waffles?
No.
I have brain damage.
Waffles. I always want waffles. So it comes time to eat waffles, and then I usually wind up wanting French toast instead. Waffles. Do I have music set up? I do not. Um, Adding the new gaming PC and running everything through the capture card mess that up. So now everything gets channeled into the stream, even the music. So I need to do some research and figure out how to make a new music channel that doesn't get recorded into the VOD. Yeah, it kind of sucks. I mean, if you know of a song that you can play that's not copyrighted, you're more than welcome to. But I'm not sure how that's gonna work out. It may be a while before music comes back on stream, but I should probably off. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier is I'll probably have to get with Travis or with JC or somebody who knows something about dual PCs and how to set things back up so that I can have a music channel that doesn't get recorded to the VOD and doesn't get channeled into the stream audio side of things, and instead is on its own separate side where you guys can hear it, but it doesn't get recorded. I'm not entirely sure how that's set up to work. It took me a while to get it figured out, but I finally got it figured out. But I never planned on having a capture card on there. Then again, I never planned on my laptop taking a shit and dying either, so kind of what brought all this on. I had no way to monitor and maintain things on the outside of the stream. good now with 2 PCs. I mean, I go back to the old way, but this way seems a little bit slicker and a little bit more professional. I don't know if that's really the right terminology for me, but
I hear the shots echo in the night, but she hears only whispers of our quiet conversation. She's coming in hot to pick
there's
the
some
fight.
non-copyrighted music for you.
Her moonlit gown reflects the stars that guide me towards
Nope,
salvation.
nobody ever plans on things like that, but I mean, it happened.
Hoping to find some love for
Not
good in
really
life
anything you can do about it. Hello? Hello?
My teammate turned to me as if to say, hurry up, baby, the sniper's aiming at you. It's gonna take a lot to drive me away from you, from you. There's nothing that 100 women or more could ever do. I bless the ladies of Laconia. It takes some time to riddle the flake and we never had. Ooh, the wolves cry out in the night as they grow restless, longing for some solitary company. I know that I must do what's right. Sure as cold, but prison rises like Olympus above the fields of Bonita. I seek to cure the wound deep in my side. Frightened of this killing machine that I've become. It's gonna take a lot to drive me away from you, from you. There's nothing that 100 women or more could ever do. I bless the ladies of Laconia. It takes some time to riddle the flake and we never had. Ooh. Hurry, girl, they're waiting there for you. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you, from you. There's nothing that 100 women or more could ever do. I bless the ladies of Laconia. It takes some time to riddle the flake and we never had. Ooh, I bless the ladies of Laconia. Bless the ladies. I bless the ladies of Laconia. Bless the ladies. I bless the ladies of Laconia. I bless the ladies of Laconia. I'm gonna take the time. And it takes some time to riddle the flake and we never had. Ooh.
It just cleared up dead bodies over there. Ah, that kind of startled me. She screamed a lot louder than I planned on. Hi, Anthony. How are you? I can't believe I lost a rifle. Oh well. Such is life, I suppose. No, this is not deep rock. Did I forget to change that? Oops. My bad. There you go. Is that better? Yeah, still, till you get that worked out, song requests are gonna be off for a while. Because with the new PC comes all the new issues and changes. All the new changes come to town. Yeah, new PC built by Looney and sent to me just out of the kindness of his own little heart there. Oh shit. Oh, a twofer on that one. Brownies. I thought it said that I earned a reward. Four more to go. Comic book. Yeah, Looney built and sent me a new PC. Tired of seeing me lag out and suffer needlessly. Done that for quite a few people, and just another in the list of people who now has a PC thanks to Looney. God, we need to eat. Need to eat food. Oh, one we didn't have already. 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. 4 cards left. All the stuffs and things. Now I'll have to save up, get a pedal. We'll cut the pumpkin up and eat. And Zio. Boink. Over here. Hello. All of you zombies. Mushrooms. And Joan of Arc chili. Oh, yeah. Caught her off guard. Didn't expect me to come walking around the building. Oh my gosh. DPI in this mouse is just a tad bit high.
welcome.
Oh, fuck, that scared the shit out of me. Oh, I am Brucey. Big Daddy Bruce coming in the house. Thank you for the bits. Holy fuck, that scared the hell out of me. I'm not used to having the sound alerts like right in my ears. Normally they have a little bit of a detached feel to it because they were channeled through my desktop speakers. And now everything's channeled through my headset. I mean, it's okay. It's gonna take some getting used to. It's been quite a while. It's been over a year since I've had any of that shit channeled through my headset. Especially when you guys are dropping bits on it. Oh, fuck. Because that's all shit that I don't know what the stuff is. It scares the fuck out of me, to be honest. And it's more because it catches me off guard, because I don't get to see the alert until after the sound alert plays. So I can't catch it before it strikes, you know what I mean? Which is, I like it, actually, to be honest. You keep me on my toes. How you doing, Brucey? Doing well, I hope. Hidden bell? Gotta be. Well, 12 cards left to collect. Ready to go on a hunting trip? Nice. What are you going hunting for? Is deer season kicked off yet? Or did you get a early draw for something? Or is it bow season? Are you bow hunting or are you hunting with rifles? I need a little more deets on that, man. That's away. It's on that. Oh, let's see. Right. So, did you draw a tag, or are you just tagging along, so to speak? Going along to watch his back? I beg to differ, Anthony. There is no better. Hunting is a necessity and way of life for a lot of people. Regardless of the format with which you hunt. Yeah, health and safety. Yep. Health and safety. Are you guys going in on horseback, or are you just going out to somebody's property for the hunt? I guess, are you going backcountry, or are you guys just hunting in designated areas? But yeah, I get what you're saying, Anthony, but there is a purpose to hunting, not just going out and hunting, you know. You guys are doing it on foot. So if he bags like a trophy size elk, you guys are gonna have to pack it out. Woo! I don't envy you. Yeah, exactly, Anthony. Overpopulation of species is a real thing. Yeah. Packing it out on your back is not a lot of fun. I know that. Should rent a mule. Rent a mule to take with you. Hike back out while he's quartering it. Pick that chicken. Oh, you know what? We're gonna even quarter that. Hike back out and drive in best you can. Yeah. Well, that was kind of a weird delayed noise. What the fuck? Inspector Gadget? That was a terrible game. We could just give out more tags and happy. No, I mean, predators gotta eat too, you know? Yeah. Got him finally. Pulling in his dome. Need to bring. Oh, true. Wolves have a harder time in Nevada as well. So. Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, you get them, Sari Bot. Don't let them motherfuckers get here. Spider, crackheads. Yeah. Come on. A little bit closer. Come on there, feller. Ooh, Pop-Tarts. Pop-Tarts. Your Pop-Tarts are my Pop-Tarts now. I stole your Pop-Tarts. And your chili. Yeah, a few of them are a bit tougher than the other ones. New forms of war crimes. Eh. I guess whatever floats your Canadian boat. Spyro. Fritos. Love me some Fritos. Oh, sure. All the rabbits to vegan farms. Vegans. Vegans eat all of my food. Dragon Balls. And that's why he's the stronger one, because he's got the loot on him. Take that, vegans, starving out the poor animals. Eating all their food. The gun on my right side. The gun on my right side is the M96, and then I have the suppressed DVL-10 on my left. Ooh, Nintendo Switch. Yeah, they're both sniper rifles. Not that I really need them on here, but they sell for decent money at the trader. So, you peeking me. Seen him peeking me. He's a Pekingese. Oh, this thing is just loaded with collectibles. Yeah, I got a bunch of sniper rifles on me. I got some really, really good guns on me too that I've looted and picked up along the way. So one of them I got yesterday. This one, Beast, the Baller's gun, very nice. Then I have this one, the Lantia Cerberus 12. I haven't used it yet, but this is the only thing that will kill the bears on this server. Well, I can't say it's the only one that will kill the bears on this server, but it's the preferred bear hunting gun on this server. Because you have to find the keys to build the shotgun, which is this, and it's broken into 4 pieces. So you have to build it in order to possess it. So, bonus is it's got a 600 round mag. And I've got stuff like this, Nanzio, and you can't uh find the ammo. You have to manufacture it yourself on this server. So you have to print it off or find more keys and go get parts so that you get the ammo and another mag. So it's the way they have it set up. That's kind of messed up. They put the chicken. Holy fucking shit, that's loud. Good thing I was in my safe little barn here. Yeah, I kind of like that they've done it that way on here, so you can't just go and harvest a whole bunch of shit. You have to actually work for it to get it. Thank you for the redeem, Turtle. Appreciate it. Keeping me awake. Another mag for him if I ever see him again. Doing his streams in the mornings now, so don't see him very often. But I've got him 3 40-round mags, so. Oh, you're off to bed, Sea Turtle? Alright then. Get yourself some sleep. Good sleep is important. Yeah. Keeps you from wasting rounds. Oh, do you? Yeah. Now that he's streaming in the mornings, I seen his post the other day, and I dropped him a message on his Discord. I was like, well, no wonder I don't see you anymore. You're doing it in the mornings. Because he hadn't made an announcement or anything that he was changing shit up. Not that that's a bad thing. As long as he's getting back into the swing of things, I think it's cool. He can keep it up and keep going. That's cool too, you know? Yeah, he barely started doing it, but a lunchbox full of bottle caps. So is he gonna go back to streaming in the evenings then when things start cooling off? Because it would be, I'd like to get back into the whole community game night kind of thing. That was a lot of fun doing that. But it's hard to do a community night with everybody if everybody's at different times, you know? Yeah. I get it though. Being hot and miserable is just, it's no fun. Especially when you're trying to be happy and relaxed and stuff, playing games, which are meant to be fun, you know, let's be honest. They're meant to be fun and enjoyed. But if you're hot and miserable and sticky and sweaty and you feel gross and you don't want to be there doing it, it makes it no fun at all. So share another chicken? Good. Aha, got you, Ken. Not working right, and it's 80 in your house. Try to act happy on cam while dying. Yeah, that's, it's a horrible, horrible thing, you know? Just, you know what? We're gonna have to find a stove and cook some chicken. Cook us up some chicken titty. Fortunately, there's some houses over there. We can do that. So you have like a split system, HVAC system, run through your central home air, home heating system. When was the last time you cleaned your filter? It's always the first thing I ask the customers. First thing I always went to was, when was the last time you changed your filter? Over here, dingleberries. Over here. Over here. This way. This way. Over here. Over here. Right here, dumbass. Use the filter all the time and make sure it stays clean. Healthy, run it with valve on it. Opens up. It's usually an imbalance in your system. I saw it all the time. Run your heater. I know it sounds counterproductive, but run your heater and let it melt all the ice off and make sure your drain's not clogged. Because as soon as water touches your coils, it'll start to freeze up. So, and once you get a little bit of ice on there and it starts restricting the airflow, it turns into a giant ice ball. In fact, it's not big enough for the house, probably. Although, if it's undersized and there's too much heat in the house, it's usually a good thing. If you have a system that's worthwhile, they generally will just chug right along and just keep on going, you know? I've got 30 years in the business, so I know a thing or two. Then once you get it defrosted, turn your heat off, open all your windows up, and just turn the blower motor on and let it properly dry the coil off all the way. That way you don't have moisture sitting on your coil when you turn it back on. Yeah, no, that don't work. Yeah, that that won't do anything. Actually, messing with the fins on your coil or on your condenser outside will not do anything for your system. It does just the opposite. It restricts the airflow because when you widen it on one side, it squeezes it closed on the other side. So it's counterproductive. Yeah, the coil in the house. The coil in above your furnace, or the fins on like your return airs, the grills, I should say. Because doing anything to the grills won't do anything. You cannot increase the airflow through your system with your uh, return air grills. Yeah, messing with those will not do anything for you. It might stir up some dust, but that's about it. Oh, I turned him into a cripple. But Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no legs. The only way to increase your return airflow is to actually put larger duct in and increase the size of the return air vent area. So, and that's insanely expensive to do, especially if you have like a finished basement or anything. Not something I would recommend. There are other ways to get better, cheaper cooling efficiencies. Oh, Dobro. Oh, well, guess what? You're not going to be increasing anything like that. If you live in an apartment, best way to get better air conditioning when living in an apartment is go buy a house. I hate to say that as advice, but probably be cheaper for you in the long run, maybe. Once you start getting equity in a house. Floppy disk. Yeah, it's tough to literally get your foot in the door when buying a home. So yeah. Well, definitely don't recommend renting a house. If you're gonna put a large chunk of money into a house, definitely look into buying a house. Don't rent a house. If you're gonna rent property, definitely rent small, cost-effective, small apartments. Another way to take pressure off of your AC system is buy a window mount. And depending on the shape and size of the window, if you have to, find a sheet metal shop to make you an insert to go in above it and go that route. If nothing else, do that. Put it in your bedroom, and that way you'll sleep decent at night. Rest it up on the outside, make it look like some little foamy planter box or something. I don't know. Yeah, definitely buy a house. Only if you can afford the payments, though. Only if you can afford the payments and you can get a decent interest rate on your home loan. The only way to do it. It being 10 to 15 degrees hotter up there. Yeah. Yep, heat rises. It's an immutable fact that's how it works. We need sticks. We need sticky sticks. Need more sticks. Yeah. Yeah, you're in a dwelling, so all the heat's gonna go to the highest point inside. Kind of a rough way to live, but sometimes you just can't get around it, you know? Firewood too. Yep. And your house or your apartment will accumulate heat all day long, and then at the end of the day, when you're wanting to relax and be able to sleep at night, all that heat from the day is now sitting inside your living space. Yeah, better than living in a cardboard condo. I agree with that 100%. Space that I game in is above a garage, and it gets hotter than fuck up here during the summertime. Well, I gotta go take a shower and get to bed so I can drive 400 miles tomorrow. Yeah, definitely get some sleep. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out and chilling and chatting me up. I appreciate it. Enjoy your trip. Be safe. Be careful out there, especially when you and your brother are out in the back country. Make sure to take all your prep gear with you. I know it's probably not a problem for you, but make sure you take like bear spray or any of the other essentials right along with you and be safe. Be safe, be careful, and come back in one piece. Yeah, that's no problem, man. If you have any real questions about it, don't hesitate to ask people that know, you know what I mean? Advice is free. Doesn't cost me nothing to tell you some little tricks of the trade, and hopefully you can dry it out and get all that ice off of there and be better off for it. Yep, make sure your drain line off of your A coil is cleared. You get a clog in there, and then the water builds up. And as soon as it touches the coil, it immediately freezes. So, yeah. Well, let me know when you get back. I'd also like to know if you guys bagging elk and put some details in there. Take pictures, throw them up in the Discord. Be more than happy to see them. Love seeing other people's pics of going hunting and doing their thing. I don't get to go out hunting, and I can't tell you the last time I went on a hunt for elk. So, probably been 20 years or more. You too, buddy. Get your shower on. Nice, cool shower. Go snuggle up with the wifey in bed and get yourself some decent sleep, especially when you got to drive early in the morning. This is your first hunting trip? First ever? Oh, fuck. Oh, you're in for a lot of work for a first trip. But yeah, definitely be careful out there and pay attention to what your brother tells you. If he's a veteran hunter, do as he says, Definitely don't get lost. Except for rabbits from the back of your truck. Well, yeah. Elk is a lot different than rabbits. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Actually, have a good trip. Growling at me. Why does my HUD keep disappearing? Box and nails. Doink. Hang tight, chat. I gotta go use the restroom before I pee my pants. I will be right back. You guys just chill out, tend the fire, and make sure no freaky weirdos come in here and touch me in no places. Whew. All that rain sound made me have to go pee. But at least we came back and the food's ready to eat. So you know what I should do is I should probably make some ambient music that I can put on in the background and just run in a loop. Star Lord. One tap. The 2 bullets. Doink, 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 doink. Does the server have music? Trying to remember. Yes, it does. It does have the music mod on it. Does have the music mod on it. Why do you ask? A lot of the music that's on that music mod, though, is copyrighted material. Or has material that's made with copyrighted music and stuff. So you gotta be really careful when you're messing around with that kind of thing. Ooh, M&Ms. I'll take those. Can't say no to the M&Ms. Love me some M&Ms. M&Ms are yummy. But the simple answer to that question is yes. I believe it does. In fact, yes, I know for a fact that it. Now that I'm thinking about it, they have a trader specifically for the stuff. Could you put that in your hands for me? Thank you very much. Oh, I knew it. I knew that was gonna handbook. Fucking. Okay, we got a log. We got a relog because now I have a knife in my hand, even though it's looks like it's hard. Should have known better. Should have known better. Maybe we'll do that on stream a little bit later. We'll pull up the AI and make us an instrumental. What's with the cut sound? Why is it? Get it? You don't get that part. My felt that. And wish it would remember your choices. But DAYZ, for some reason, does not remember your choices. And I don't know why. Doesn't make any sense.
Alfred's here, he's a dapper little fellow in a bow tie and fur of orange and yellow. He knows he looks so cute and can act real sweet, but instead he's plotting your demise and shit. He's a mischief maker, risk taker, pushing the limits of what will annoy you. Your screen goes black, have you been hacked? You look back, it's just Alfred sleeping beside you. Sabotage and stealth are the name of his game. Fish loves him, even though he's one big pain. He pushes buttons, unplugs cords. Is he doing this just cause he's bored? He's an assassin of the highest degree, not out for blood, but just to interrupt the stream. He's a mischief maker, risk taker, pushing the limits of what will annoy you. He can ban viewers, steal your food. He does whatever he wants, even though it's rude. He's a mischief maker, risk taker, pushing the limits of what will annoy you. He can ban viewers, steal your food. He does whatever he wants, even though it's rude. Computer lights are blinking now like a ninja strike. We never know when or how. He's a mischief maker, risk taker, pushing the limits of what will annoy you. Alfred's here, he's a dapper little fellow in a bow tie and fur of orange and yellow. He knows he looks so cute and can act real sweet, but instead he's plotting your demise and shit. He's a mischief maker, risk taker, pushing the limits of what will annoy you.
Metal Gear Solid.
He's a mischief maker, risk taker, pushing the limits of what will annoy you. Alfred's here, he's a dapper little fellow in a bow tie and fur of orange and yellow. He knows he looks so cute and can act real sweet, but instead he's plotting your demise and shit. He's a mischief maker, risk taker, pushing the limits of what will annoy you. Alfred's here, he's a dapper little fellow in a bow tie and fur of orange and yellow. He knows he looks so cute and can act real sweet, but instead he's plotting your demise and shit.
Well, that was quite pleasant. Pop-Tarts! I don't know why I keep taking all the batteries. Probably because there's music on the server and you gotta use the batteries to power the MP3 players. Whoa. Baller Z VSSK. Damn. A hot to trot gun. Finding Baller Z guns now. Pretty sure those have to go to black market. Get sold. Ah, chicken. I would say get in my belly, but I don't want to take my time cooking you up. Doink. Ooh, right between the eyes. Laid her out like a turkey dinner. Oh, I thought that was a thought that was a fucking zombie, but it's a sign. Gonna walk chili. Think that's somebody trapped in there. Tomorrow night's stream will probably be shortened, or I will have to start earlier. Saturday morning, I have to drive my mom to the airport. I got to do that early in the morning. So if you want to catch the stream, it'll either be earlier or it'll just be at the regular time. It just won't be as long. Or what I could do is start at the normal time and just stay up all night. Yes. Stream through the night and then drive her to the airport in the morning. Well, actually, I'll be driving her and my oldest sister, which makes me feel better because then my mom's not going alone. Oh, Game Boy. Makes me worry when she takes these trips, being that she's getting up there in years. Jacked up my gloves. Sewing kit. Where is sewing? Sewing kit. Thought I had a sewing. Have some duct tape. Leather repair kit. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, really? You're gonna grunt at me, huh? Grunting at me? Why you gotta be grunting at me? Huh? Huh? Cooking pot, cooking pot. Don't need any more batteries. I think I'm good. So like 15 or 20 of them. I think I can live without batteries anymore. Don't need any more batteries. We can survive without them. Tap tap tappy 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 tap. Rapid tap. Doink. I love it when they twist and fall. Makes me laugh. Makes me laugh. Alcohol tincture. Oh my goodness. Gain some elevation. Doink. Oh, the other one's out. Disappeared around the fence. Doink, doink, doink. Yeah, get him, Siri bot. I'm stealing your comic books and your Sour Patch Kid. Cooking pot. But I don't want your lighter. Cause I'm not a crackhead. I can cut these guys up. Might have wanted to check that on that glowy green dude too. Oh. Yeah. Hello. Hello, mutant skin. Damn, I wish I'd known. I wish I'd known. That means I should probably read more on Discord. Uh, that's pretty sad when I laugh at my own jokes. I don't need to do a little repair work. Oh, is that? Oh, it's still pristine. Never mind. Never mind. Still good. Still good. Still good. Still good. Funny, I found the rabbit plushie. Remington Model 700. Oh my goodness. Hey, you need duct tape. Nah, 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 nah. I need duct tape too, yeah. because what I just found. I found my sewing kit. Oh, that is bueno. Bueno that. I think I need to wear those 2 legs glasses. Check my eyes. yellow dude go? There's a yellow guy over there. Ever put butter on a Pop-Tart? Probably get money for the human meat, but found it. Don't know if I get anything for zombie body parts. So we're gonna Plus, I don't want to drag all the zombie parts around with me. That's kind of weird and gross. Phew! That definitely takes care of those guys. One tap. Yeah, this guy's a green guy. He's not the yellow guy. I saw a yellow guy over here. There he is.
Mr.
With a suppressor on it, that gun is super loud. Yep, it definitely says pew pew pew. Badoo 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 badoo. My question is, why are the invisible zombies over here? Didn't want to duck down. That was weird. Got him right between the trees. A little more elevation. If we can see any more glowy dudes. I'll bet we get really decent money for those skins. Mr. Anderson. Pink, pink. Pink, 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 pink. Shot you in the chest. Where's kill count at now? Ooh, 168. Nowhere near anyone on the leaderboard, though. I can tell you that right now. Not even close. That one? Eight. We're not even anywhere on. Oh, we're ranked number 20. We're a far cry from where we were at last time. Oh. Oh, stretch the back out. Straighten my spine. Terrible posture. Just like every other gamer on the planet. Worst posture ever. Um, mm-hmm. Getting dark out. Gotta trade out the bunny ears. Trade out my bunny ears. Time to be able to see what we're doing. Oh, that fucking scared the fuck out of me. No, it's not. Because guess what I got? Let me get some, dickhead. Where the hell's he going? Don't seem to respond very well to loud noises. Just fall down dead already and be done with it. Oh. Calm down, Sharon. That says he has something on him. I'll be damned. Not that I really need the Sour Patch Kids, but that ladder bug. Oh, really? Wow, the sights on this thing are really, really bad. This needs some kind of laser sight, maybe? Perhaps I could put a laser on it? I don't know. Not very accurate. Probably why they give you a 600 round mag.
Ah!
Pew, pew, pew. Glowy man, glowy man. Soul is mine, Mr. Anderson. wonder if they stop spawning after a certain amount of time. I don't know. All these questions and more will never be answered. Not by me. I don't have the slightest idea. That gets a flashlight. I wonder if I could put a laser sight on it. A laser sight would be cool. Put a laser sight on there instead of a flashlight, and then you'd at least have some kind of reference. Because you can't even put like a crappy fucking backup iron sight on there or something, you know? These guys only come out at night? No, because I shot that other dude during the daytime. So, in fact, the other two guys, they were daytime guys. So, yeah, that's not a thing. Oh, really? Bunny ears back on. Ninja is on the job. Oh, all out of bullets. Up, 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 up. Boop, 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 boop. Like Morse code. There you are. I think we're gonna have to take a trip up to the hunting trader. Because we definitely need to see what this stuff's worth. Okay, so these guys spawn wherever. So if you're new to this server, watch out, because these guys are going to be one-tappers. They are not going to play around. Lots of cooking pots. Yeah, still on honey pot. Still on the honey pot. But yes, we are taking all the goodies. As you know, it's Halloween time. It is October. It's the spooky season. Okay, we need to find a place where we can deploy the getaway car. Deploy the frag out mobile. Oh, where have they been in here? Why? Because it's time to get the fuck out of town. We need to go to the hunting trader and see exactly what the skins are worth. Oh, oh. Get out of there. Now, uh, let's see. We're out of bullets for that one. Mm, oops. What? It's not what I wanted. Oh, oh. Rock floating in the air. So let's make sure I'm not packing anything around. Yep. At there. Gun. Oh, low flying aircraft.
S10 and Herb Tooklander was thinking of closing for the night when the man in the fancy overcoat and the white, staring face burst into Tookie's bar, which lies in the northern part of Falmouth. It was the 10th of January, just about the time most folks are learning to live comfortably with all the New Year's resolutions they broke, and there was one hell of a northeaster blowing outside. 6 inches had come down before dark, and it had been going hard and heavy since then. Twice we had seen Billy Larrabee go by high in the cab of the town plow, and the second time, Tookie ran him out of beer. An act of pure charity, my mother would have called it. God knows she put down enough of Tookie's beer in her time. Billy told him they were keeping ahead of it on the main road, but the side ones were closed and apt to stay that way until the next morning. The radio in Portland was forecasting another foot and a 40-mile-an-hour wind to pile up the drift. There was just Tookie and me in the bar, listening to the wind howl around the eaves and watching it dance the fire around on the hearth. Have one for the road, Booth. I'm going to shut her down. He poured me one and himself, and that's when the door cracked open and this stranger staggered in, snow up to his shoulders and in his hair like he had rolled around in confectioner's sugar. The wind billowed a sand-fine sheet of snow in after him. Close the door! Tookie tore his head up. Was you born in a barn? I never seen a man who looked that scared. He was like a horse that spent an afternoon eating fire nettles. His eyes rolled towards Tookie and he said, "My wife, my daughter." And he collapsed on the floor in a dead faint. "Holy Joe," Tookie says. "Close the door, Booth, would you?" I went and shut it, and pushing it against the wind was something of a chore. Tookie was down on one knee, holding the fella's head up and patting his cheeks. I got over to him and saw right off that it was nasty. His face was fiery red.
Hi, Jamu.
Gray blotches here and there. And the dude
Hi, Will.
in Maine,
How are you?
time Woodrow Wilson was president.
Drag racing, DAYZ? That would be kind of interesting.
Frostbite. Fainted, Cookie said. Get the brandy off the back bar, will you? I got it and came back.
That would definitely be
Come
interesting.
around a little. His eyes were half open and he was muttering something too low to catch. Or a cap.
See the pictures, Will?
Just a cap? I asked him. That stuff's dynamite, Tookie says. No sense overloading his carb.
Yeah, it's all set up now.
Looked at Tookie.
I posted the pictures you wanted in
Down the hatch. I poured it down.
in Discord.
It was a remarkable thing to watch. The man trembled all over and began to cough. His face got redder. His eyelids, which had been at half mast, flew up like
I do.
shades.
I really like it.
I was a bit alarmed, but
I mean, it is my logo.
like a big baby, I slapped him on the back.
After all,
And started to retch. And Tookie clapped
it
him
looks
again.
good.
Hold
I can
on,
tell you that
he said.
much.
That brandy comes dear. The man coughed some more, but it was diminishing now. I got my first good look at him. City feller, all right. Somewhere south of Boston at a glance. He was wearing kid gloves. Expensive, but thin. There were probably some more of those grayish-white patches on his hands. He would be lucky not to lose a finger or two. His coat was fancy, all right. A $300 job if I'd ever seen one. He was wearing tiny little boots that hardly came up over his ankles. I began to wonder about his toes. Better, he said. All right, Tookie said. Can you come over by the fire? My wife and my daughter, he said. They're out there in the storm. Now, from the way you came in, I didn't figure they were at home watching the TV. Oh, you could tell us by the fire as easy as here on the floor. Hook on, Booth. He got to his feet, but a little groan came out of his mouth, twisted down his pants.
Likely response when you open the box.
I wondered why God felt he had to make
I
from New
do feel that way.
driving around in the
Feel like it's a little too much, especially for somebody like me.
I wondered if his wife and his little girl.
I love how it performs, but
Well, we hiked him across
I mean, he
the
explained it
fireplace
to
and
me.
got him sat down in a
I
rocker
get
that
it,
used to be Mrs. Tookie's favorite until she passed on in
but
74. It was Mrs. Tookie that was responsible for most of the place, which had been written up and down east, the Sunday Telegram, and even once in the Sunday supplement of the Boston Globe. really more of a public house than a bar, with its big wooden floor, pegged together rather than nailed, maple bar, the old barn raftered ceiling, and the monstrous big fieldstone hearth. Mrs. Tookie started to get some ideas in her head after the Down East.
Way too much.
Wanted to start calling the place Tookie's Inn or Tookie's Rest. And I admit it has a sort of colonial ring to it, but I prefer plain old Tookie's Bar. It's one thing to get uppish in the summer when the state's full of tourists. Another thing altogether in winter. You and your neighbors have to trade together. And there had been plenty of winter nights, like this one, that Tookie and I had spent all alone together, drinking scotch and water, or just a few beers. My own Victoria passed on in '73, and Tookie's was a place to go where there were enough voices.
Stream does look better. Well, it's definitely set up different now. Running everything through a capture card. No more song requests, though. Those are gone for now.
Hugged onto his knees and his teeth clattered together and a few drops of clear mucus spilled over the end of his nose. I think he was starting to realize that another 15 minutes out there might have been enough to kill him. It's not the snow. It's the wind chill factor. It steals your heat. Where did you go off the road? He asked. 6 miles south of here. Tookie and I stared at each other, and all of a sudden I felt cold. Cold all over. You sure? Tookie demanded. You came 6 miles through the snow? He nodded. I checked the odometer when we came through town. I was following directions, going to see my wife's sister in Cumberland. Never been there before. We're from New Jersey. New Jersey. If there's anyone more purely foolish than a New Yorker, it's a fella from New Jersey. 6 miles? You're sure? Pretty sure. The turnoff drifted in. It was wet. The shifty glow of the fire, his face looked cold.
Well, because everything goes through the capture card, so Looney and I spent all day yesterday setting everything up. Looney did most of the work.
Of course I did. It was on my
But it took quite a while. But we got everything routed through the capture card. But that means I lost, like, I can't do song requests because all the audio gets piped through that capture card. So I'll have to figure out how. I got to do research on it and figure out how to still use the song requests from Streamlabs and not have it get piped through the capture card, but still be audible to the stream. You know what I mean?
Did you tell them to stay in the car? Sure I did, he said, sounding injured. I'm not crazy. Well, you couldn't have proved it by me. What's your name? For the sheriff. Lumley. Gerard Lumley. He started in with Tookie again, and I went across the telephone. I picked it up and heard nothing but dead silence. I hit the cutoff button.
Yeah, everybody keeps saying that. Talk to Travis. And I probably will. Not right away, but when he's got time. Pick his brain. I think he's on tomorrow. I think he'll be streaming. I can ask him about it then. Or ask him if if he has time this weekend, maybe sometime.
The anxiety was back in his voice. They've got to run the engine to run the heater. I only had a quarter of a tank of gas, and it took me an hour and a half to... Look, would you answer me? He stood up and grabbed Cookie's shirt. Mister, he said, I think your hand just run away with your brain there. Lumley looked at his hand, at Cookie, and then dropped it. Man, you made it sound like a dirty word about somebody's mother. All right. Where's the nearest gas station? They must
Yeah.
have a tow truck. Nearest
Well,
gas
after I
station is in
get
Fowler's
up
Bend,
from
That's
going to
2
bed,
miles
but
down the road
yeah,
from here.
basically.
Thanks, he said, a bit sarcastic, and headed for the door, buttoning his coat. Won't be open, though, I added. He turned back slowly and looked at us. What are you talking about, old man? He's trying
Hello.
to tell you that the station
How are you?
center belongs to Billy Larrabee, and Billy's out driving the plow, you damn fool.
You good?
Says
Can
patiently.
you hear me?
Now, why don't you come back here and sit down before you bust a gut? He came back, looking dazed, frightened. You're telling me you can't, that there isn't...
Can you hear me?
I ain't telling you nothing. You're doing all the telling, and if you stop
Hello?
for a minute, we can think this over.
Hello?
What's this town, Jerusalem's Lot? Why was the road drifted in and no lights on anywhere? I said,
Can you hear me?
Jerusalem's Lot burned out 2 years back, and they never rebuilt.
Mm,
He didn't believe it.
I
It appears that way.
I don't know.
And looked at Cookie.
Probably not.
What are you gonna do about this? Can't read them out there.
Trying to use VoIP now and
I got closer to him. Lumley had wandered
hello?
to look out
Can you hear me?
slowly.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? I'm guessing VoIP probably don't work, but I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know who that feller is.
Because 2 years ago, in the span of one dark October month, the lot went bad. Sometimes, late at night,
Oh, I gotta fill up all the
few regulars
damn
going
cooking
around
pots that I got too.
people would talk it over. Well, talk around it is more like the truth. You see, people in the lot started to disappear. First a few, then a few more, then a whole slew. The schools.
So I don't know if VoIP's actually working or not, but
People moved in, mostly damn fools from out of state, like this fine specimen here, drawn by the low property values, I suppose. But it didn't last. A lot of them moved out a month or two after they'd moved in. Others, well, they disappeared. And the town burned flat. It was at the end of a long, dry fall. They figure it started up by the Marston house on the hill that overlooked Jointer Avenue, but no one knows how it started, not to this day. They burned out of control for 3 days. After that, for a time, things were better. And then they started again.
I mean
I only heard the word
it's all right. I might have to get a foot pedal before I can get that sorted out.
Standing up about 9 feet tall in his full pants, this plaid shirt, and his leather top boots. Are you all so damn afraid to say it out? Vampires! That's what you all thinking, ain't it? Jesus jumped up Christ in a chariot-driven sidecar, just like a bunch of kids scared of the movies. You know what there is down there in Salem's Lot? Want me to tell you? Want me to tell you? You tell, Richie, he said. It had got real quiet in the bar. You could hear the fire popping and outside the soft drift of November rain coming down in the dark. You got the floor. What you got over there is your basic wild dog pack, Richie. That's what you got. That and a lot of old women who love a good spook story. Why, for $80, I'd go up there and spend the night in what's left of that haunted house we're all so worried about. Well, what about it? Anybody want to put it up? But nobody would. Richie was a loudmouth and a mean drunk, and no one was going to shed any tears at his wake. None of us were willing to see him go into Salem's Lot after dark. He screws a bunch of you, Richie says. I got my 410 in the trunk of my Chevy, and that'll stop anything in Falmouth, Cumberland, or Jerusalem's Lot. And that's where I'm going. Slammed out of the bar, no one said a word for a while. Then Lamont Henry said, quiet. That's the last time anyone's gonna see Richie Messina, holy God.
Got my directly. Windows had the mic set to some device by default. Yeah, probably. But everything's typed through the capture card, and I'm not sure how that works with working backwards into the gaming PC. So I might have to have a second mic, one for in-game and one for stream or something. Not quite sure. That's something else I gotta work out too.
Well, Tookie was looking at me, and I was looking at Tookie as I stuffed my crucifix back into my shirt.
Do I have a big bag for this guy?
You're so scared in my life. Tookie said again, "You can't just leave them out there, Booth." Yeah, I know. We looked at each other for a long moment. Then he reached out and gripped my shoulder. "You're a good man, Booth." That was enough to buck me up some. Seems like when you pass 70, people start forgetting that you are a man or that you ever were. Tookie walked over to Lumley and said, "I've got a 4-wheel drive Scout. I'll get it out." "For God's sake, man, why didn't you say so before?"
I gotta do some research. I think if I had a pedal,
10 minutes beating around the bush.
there's a mic.
Mister, you shut your jaw.
There's a mic pin for a pin cord. So if I had a mic with a pin cord on it, I could plug that into the capture card, and then I should be able to talk to the game and into it for chat. You guys can hear it.
Ever been out in one? The snow comes flying so thick and fine that it looks like sand and sounds like that beating on the sides of your car or pickup. You don't want to use your high beams because they reflect off the snow and you can't see 10 feet in front of you. With the low beams on, you can see maybe 15 feet. But I can live with the snow. It's the wind I don't like. When it picks up and begins to howl, driving the snow into 100 weird fine shapes and sounding like all the hate and pain and fear in the world. There's death in the throat of a snowstorm wind. White death. And maybe something beyond death. That's no sound to hear when you're tucked up all cozy in your bed with the shutters bolted and the doors locked. It's that much worse when you're driving. And we were driving smack into Salem's Lot. "Hurry up a little, can't you?" Lumley asked. I said, For a man who came in half frozen, you're in one hell of a hurry to end up walking again. He gave me a resentful, baffled look as if to say anything else. We were moving up the highway at a steady 25 miles an hour. It was hard to believe that Billy Larrabee had just plowed this stretch an hour ago. Another 2 inches had covered it, and it was drifted in. The strongest gust of wind rocked the Scout on her springs. The headlights showed a swirling white nothing up ahead of us. We hadn't met a single car. About 10 minutes later, Lumley gasps, "Hey, what's that?" He was pointing out of my side of the car. I'd been looking dead ahead. I turned, but was a shade too late. I thought I could see some sort of slumped form fading back from the car, back into the snow, but it could have been imagination. What was it, a deer? I asked. I guess so, he says, sounding shaky. But its eyes, they look red. Is that how a deer's eyes look at night? Sounds almost as if he was whispering. They can look like anything, I said, thinking that might be true. I've seen a lot of deer at night, a lot of cars, never saw any set of eyes slant out red. Look, he didn't say anything. About 15 minutes later, we came to a place where the snowbank on the right of the road wasn't so high, because the plows are supposed to raise their blades a little when they go through an intersection. This looks like where we turned, Lumley said, not sounding too sure about it. I don't see the sign. This is it, Cookie answered. He didn't sound like himself at all. You didn't just see the top of the signpost. Oh, sure. Lumley sounded relieved. Listen, Mr. Tooklander, I'm sorry about being so short. Cold, worried, and calling myself 200 kinds of fool. And I want to thank you both. Don't thank Booth and me until we've got them in this car. He put the Scout in four-wheel drive and slammed his way through the snowbank on Jointner Avenue, which goes through the lot and out to 295. Snow flew up the mud guard. The rear end tried to brake a little bit, but Tookie's been driving through snow since...
Ooh, 62 million in change in the bank, yo.
The headlights picked out the bare indication of other tire tracks from time to time, the ones made by Lumley's car, and then they would disappear again. Lumley was leaning forward, looking for his car. All at once, Tookie said, "Mr. Lumley." "What?" He turned around and took it. People around these parts are kind of superstitious about sailors. Sounded easy enough, but I could see the deep line of strain around his mouth and the way his eyes kept moving. "If your people are in the car, why, that's fine. Pack them up, go back to my place, and tomorrow, when the storm's over, Billy will be glad to leave your car out of the snowbank. But if they're not in the car, why wouldn't they be in the car? If they're not in the car," Tookie goes on, not answering, "we're going to turn around and drive back to Falmouth Center and whistle for the sheriff. I said, "One other thing, Mr. Lumley. If we should see anybody, we're not going to talk to them. Not even if they talk to us.
Oh.
The lights were on. We could see exhaust drifting out of the tailpipe. They didn't run out of gas anyway." Cookie pulled the Scouts' emergency brake. You remember what Booth told you, Lumley? Sure. He wasn't thinking of anything but his wife and daughter. I didn't see how anybody could blame him either. Ready, Booth? Yes. His eyes held on mine, grim and gray as dashboard lights. I guess I am, I said. We all got out and the wind grabbed us, throwing snow in our faces. Lumley pushed, everything. Rose was dead stop. The wind ripped the heavy door right out of his hand and pushed it all the way open. Holy God, Booth, Tookie said, just below the scream of the wind. I think it's happened again. Lumley turned back towards us. His face was scared and bewildered, his eyes wide. All of a sudden, he lunged towards us through the snow, slipping and almost falling. He brushed me away like I was nothing and grabbed Tookie. How did you know? He roared. Where are they? What the hell is going on here? Tookie broke his grip, shoved past him. He and I looked into the Mercedes together. Warm as toast it was, but it wasn't going to be for much longer. The little amber low fuel light was glowing. The big car was empty. There was a child's Barbie doll on the passenger's floor mat, and a child's ski parka was crumpled over the seat back. He put his hands over his face, and then he was gone. Lumley had grabbed him and shoved him right back into the snowbank. His face was pale and wild. His mouth worked as if he had chewed down on some bitter stuff he couldn't even get unpucker enough to spit out. We began to grab the parka. Francie Cole? That loud, bellowing, Francie Cole? Turned around and folded it in front of him by the little fur trimmed hood. He looked at me, blank and unbelieving. She can't be out without her coat on, Mr. Booth. Why? She'd freeze to death. Mr. Lumley blundered past him, still holding the parka, shouting, Francie! Janie! Where are you? Where are you? He took my hand and pulled him onto his feet. You all keep from my knees. We've got to get hold of him.
Pop.
It wasn't very fast. Snow hit deep in some places. And he stopped. We caught up. Mr. Lumley. Laid his hand on his shoulder. This way.
Oh, replacement dragon.
We went. Look. Look down. We were in a kind of dip here, and most of the wind went right over our heads. And you could see two sets of tracks, one large and one small, just filling up with snow. If we had been 5 minutes later, they would have been gone. Started to walk away, his head down, and Tookie grabbed him back. No, Lumley. Lumley turned wild and excited. He made a kiss. Good. And Tookie's face made him falter. He looked from Tookie to me, and then back again. She'll freeze, he said, as if we were a couple of stupid kids. Don't you get it? She doesn't have her jacket on, and she's only 7 years old. They could be anywhere, Tookie said. You can't follow those tracks. They'll be gone in the next drift. What do you suggest? Lumley yells, his voice high and hysterical. If we go back to get the police, she'll freeze to death. Francie and my wife. They may be frozen already, Tookie said. His eyes caught Lumley's. Frozen, or something worse. What do you mean? Lumley whispered. Get it straight, goddammit. Tell me. Mr. Lumley, Tookie says. There's something in Milwaukee. But I was the one who came out with it right. Said the word I never expected to say. Vampires, Mr. Lumley. Cthulhu whole slum's lot is full of vampires. I expect that's hard for you to swallow. He was staring at me as if I'd gone green. Loonies. A couple of loonies. Then he turned away, cupped his hands around his mouth, and bellowed, "Francie! Janie!" He started floundering off again. The snow was up to the hem of his fancy coat. I looked at Tookie. "What do we do now?" "Follow him," he said. His hair was plastered with snow, and he did look a little bit loony. "I just can't leave him out here, Booth. And you?" "No," I says. "Guess not." So we started to wade through the snow after Lumley as best we could, but he kept getting further and further ahead. Had his youth to spend, you see. He was breaking the trail, going through that snow like a bull. My arthritis began to bother me something terrible, and I started to look down at my legs, telling myself, "A little further, just a little further. Keep going, damn it, keep going." I piled right into Tookie, who was standing spread-legged in the drift. His head was hanging, and both of his hands were pressed to his chest. "Tookie," I says, "you okay?" I'm all right," he said, taking his hands away. "We'll stick with him, Booth, and when he fags out, he'll see reason." We topped a rise, and there was Lumley at the bottom, looking desperately for more tracks. Poor man. There wasn't a chance he was going to find them. The wind blew straight across down there where he was, and any tracks would have been rubbed out 3 minutes after they was made, let alone a couple of hours. He raised his head and screamed into the night, "Francie! Janie! For God's sake!" And you could hear the desperation in his voice, the terror and pity, of course. The only answer he got back was the freight train wail of the wind. It almost seemed to be laughing at him, saying, "I took them, Mr. New Jersey, with your fancy car and camel's hair topcoat. I took them and I rubbed out their tracks, and by morning I'll have them just as neat and frozen as 2 strawberries in a deep freeze." "Lumley!" He bawled over the wind. "Listen, you never mind vampires or boogies or nothing like that, but you mind this. You're just making it worse for them. We've got to get—" There was an answer. A voice coming out of the dark like little tinkling
Yeah.
silver bells. And my heart turned cold as ice in a cistern. "Jerry! Jerry!
Couple pairs of elf boots.
Lumley wheeled at the sound. And then she came, drifting out of the dark shadows of a little copse of trees like a ghost. She was a city woman, all right. And right then she seemed like the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. I felt like I wanted to go to her and tell her how glad I was she was safe after all. She was wearing a heavy green pullover sort of thing, a poncho, I believe they're called. It floated all around her, and her dark
Yeah,
hair streamed out in
it's.
the wild
I've been on here. There was a little bit of lag earlier, but you could tell it was server side because it was all rubber band.
I did take a step towards her because I felt Tookie's hand on my shoulder, rough and warm. Still, how can I say it? I yearned after her. So dark and beautiful, with that green poncho floating around her neck and shoulders, as exotic and strange as to make you think of some beautiful woman from a Walter Delamere poem. "Janie!" Lumley cried. "Janie!" He began to struggle through the snow towards her, his arms outstretched. "No!" Tookie cried. "No, Lumley!" He never even looked. But she did. She looked up at us and grinned. And when she did, I felt my longing, my yearning, turn to horror, as cold as the grave, as white and silent as bones in a shroud. Even from the rise, we could see the sullen red glare in those eyes. They were less human than a wolf's eyes. When she grinned, you could see how long her teeth had become. She wasn't human anymore. She was a dead thing, somehow come back to life in this black, howling storm. Tookie made the sign of the cross at her. She flinched back and then grinned at us again. We were too far away, or maybe too scared. "Stop it," I whispered. "Can't we stop it?" "Too late, Booth," Tookie says grimly. Lumley had reached her. He looked like a ghost himself, coated in snow like he was. He reached for her, and then he began to scream. I'll hear that sound in my dreams, that man screaming like a child in a nightmare. He tried to back away,
Atari
but her
eat.
arms, long and bare and as white as the snow, snaked out and pulled him to
Oh,
her.
such terrible.
I could see her cock her head and then thrust it forward. "Booth," Tookie said hoarsely, "we've got to get out of here." And so we ran. Ran like rats, I suppose some would say, but those who would weren't there that night. We fled back down along our own back trail, falling down, getting up again, slipping and sliding. I kept looking back over my shoulder to see if that woman was coming after us, grinning that grin and watching us with those red eyes. We got back to the Scout, and Tookie doubled over, holding his chest.
Oh, Lord.
Badly scared. "What?" "Ticker," he said. "Been bad for 5 years or more. Get me around in the
Out
shotgun seat.
to
Then
penguins.
get us the hell out of here." I hooked an arm under his coat and dragged him around and somehow boosted him up and in. He leaned his head back and shut his eyes. His skin was waxy looking and yellow.
Cowabunga,
Back around the
cowabunga
curve,
shredhead.
I damn near ran into the little girl. She was just standing there beside the driver's side door, her hair in pigtails, wearing nothing but a little bit of a yellow dress. "Mister," she said in a high, clear voice as sweet as morning mist, "won't you help me find my mother? She's gone, and I'm so cold." "Honey," I said, "honey, you better get in the truck. Your mother—" I broke off. And if there was ever a time in my life I was close to swooning, that was the moment. She was standing there, you see, but she was standing on top of the snow, and there were no tracks, not in any direction. She looked up at me then, Lumley's daughter, Francie. She was no more than 7 years old, and she was going to be 7 for an eternity of nights. Her little face was a ghastly corpse white, her eyes a red and silver that you could fall into. And below her jaw I could see 2 small punctures like pinpricks, their edges horribly mangled. She held out her arms at me and smiled. "Pick me up, mister," she said softly. "I want to give you a kiss, and you can take me to my mommy." I didn't want to, but there was nothing I could do. I was leaning forward, my arms outstretched. I could see her mouth opening. I could see the little fangs inside the pink ring of her lips. Something slipped down her chin, bright and silvery, and with a dim, distant, faraway horror, I realized she was drooling. Her small hands clasped themselves around my neck, and I was thinking, well, maybe it won't be so bad. Not so bad. Maybe it won't be so awful after a while. Then something black flew out of the Scout and struck her on the chest. There was a puff of strange-smelling smoke, a flashing glow that was gone an instant later. Then she was backing away, hissing. Her face was twisted into a vulpine mask of rage and hate and pain. She turned sideways, and then she was gone. One moment she was there, and the next there was a twisting knot of snow that looked a little bit like a human shape. Then the wind catted it away across the fields. "Booth," Tookie whispered, "be quick now." And I was. but not so quick that I didn't have time to pick up what he had thrown at that little girl from hell, his mother's DAYZ Bible. That was some time ago. I'm a sight older now, and I was no chicken then. Herb Tooklander passed on 2 years ago. He went peaceful in the night. The bar is still there. Some man and his wife from Waterville bought it. Nice people, and they've kept it pretty much the same. But I don't go by much. It's different somehow with Tookie gone. Things in the lot go on pretty much as they always have. Oh, the sheriff found that fellow Lumley's car the next
Grad
day.
Space Engineers out yet?
Dead.
That should run.
Or I said anything about it. What would have been the
Yep,
point?
it should. I haven't tried it yet. Maybe we'll play Space Engineers tomorrow.
Schoolyard Hill or out near the Harmony Hill Cemetery.
Be plenty of time because I'll probably wind up spending all night playing so that I can drive my mom to the airport in the morning, but
still have bad dreams about that stormy night we went out there.
other than that,
Not the woman so much as
it
the
is
girl.
a fairly
Held her arms up so that I could pick her up.
extensive game. I mean,
A kiss. But I'm an old man now.
wouldn't surprise me to
Dreams are done.
see if that pushes the limits at all. But from what I've felt playing on here so far, I don't think it'll even vex that
They kept the name
at all.
So, have your drink. And my advice to you is to keep right on moving north. Whatever you do, don't go up that road to Jerusalem.
Yeah,
Especially not after.
well, it's a fairly intensive game. I mean, there's a lot to it.
And I think she's still waiting for
Plus, on servers with lots of mods on them, you know, it take quite a bit. But we will see. Um, All down in there, huh? Huh? What you did with Precision X1? You'd have to ask Looney what all's in the PC, because honestly, I honestly have no idea. I'll have to ask Looney about the build. Maybe he can put something in the Discord or drop me a build sheet for it or something. Maybe I don't know, and then I can post it in Discord and put it on Twitch or a link or something to show what the new specs are for the new PC and call it cool, you know. Hi, Dirtbag. How are ya? Welcome in, dude. How's it going? What we need to do? We need to do this. It's how do this without tabbing out. Oops. Well, you get a second one there. Throw some shout outs out there. Get some shout outs going. We need to figure out how to do like an auto shout out thing. That's something else I gotta talk to Travis or JC or somebody about. Okay. Off to hunting trader. That way. That or way. Be why the red suit. Wait, what? Why the red suit? Why are you Santa? Is your name Santa?
Mike Enslin was still in the revolving door when he saw Olin, the manager of the Hotel Dolphin, sitting in one of the overstuffed lobby chairs. Mike's heart sank. Maybe I should have brought the lawyer along again after all, he thought. Well, too late now. And even if Olin had decided to throw up another roadblock or two between Mike and room 1408, that wasn't all bad. There were compensations. Olin was crossing the room with one pudgy hand held out as Mike left the revolving door. The Dolphin was on 61st Street, around the corner from 5th Avenue. Small but smart. A man and a woman dressed in evening clothes passed Mike as he reached for Olin's hand, switching his small overnight case to his left hand in order to do it. The woman was blonde, dressed in black, of course, and the light, flowery smell of her perfume seemed to summarize New York. On the mezzanine level, someone was playing Night and Day in the bar, as if to underline the summary. Mr. Enslin. Good evening, Mr. Olin. Is there a problem? Olin looked pained. For a moment, he glanced around the small, smart lobby, as if for help. At the concierge's stand, a man was discussing theater tickets with his wife, while the concierge himself watched them with a small, patient smile. At the front desk, a man with the rumpled look one only got after long hours in business class was discussing his reservation with a woman in a smart black suit that could itself have doubled for evening. It was business as usual at the Hotel Dolphin. There was help for everyone except poor Mr. Olin, who had fallen into the writer's clutches. Mr. Olin? Mike repeated. Mr. Enslin, could I speak to you for a moment in my office? Well, and why not? It would help the section on room 1408 add to the ominous tone the readers of his book seemed to crave. And that wasn't all. Mike Enslin hadn't been sure until now, in spite of all the backing and filling. Now he was. Olin was really afraid of room 1408 and of what might happen to Mike there tonight. Of course, Mr. Olin. Olin, the good host, reached for Mike's bag. Allow me. I'm fine with it, Mike said. Nothing but a change of clothes and a toothbrush. Are you sure? Yes, Mike said. I'm already wearing my lucky Hawaiian shirt. He smiled. It's the one with the ghost repellent. Olin didn't smile back. He sighed instead, a little round man in a dark cutaway coat and a neatly knotted tie. Very good, Mr. Enslin. Follow me. The hotel manager had seemed tentative in the lobby, almost beaten. In his oak-paneled office, with the pictures of the hotel on the walls, the Dolphin had opened in 1910. Mike might publish without the benefit of reviews in the journals or the big city papers, but he did his research. Olin seemed to gain assurance again. There was a Persian carpet on the floor. 2 standing lamps cast a mild yellow light. A desk lamp with a green lozenge-shaped shade stood on the desk next to a humidor. And next to the humidor were Mike Enslin's last 3 books. Paperback editions, of course. There have been no hardbacks. Mine host has been doing a little research of his own, Mike thought. Mike sat down in front of the desk. He expected Olin to sit behind the desk, but Olin surprised him. He took the chair beside Mike's, crossed his legs, then leaned forward over his tidy little belly to touch the humidor. Cigar, Mr. Enslin? No, thank you. I don't smoke. Olin's eyes shifted to the cigarette behind Mike's right ear, parked on a jaunty jut the way an old-time wisecracking reporter might have parked his next smoke just below the press tag stuck in the band of his fedora. The cigarette had become so much a part of him that for a moment Mike honestly didn't know what Olin was looking at. Then he laughed, took it down, Looked at it
Son of a
himself. Back at
bitch.
Olin. Haven't had a 1 in 9 years, he said. Had an older brother who died of lung cancer. I quit after he died. The cigarette behind the ER.
Well, I hope everybody's having a
Hard
a
affectation toward
wonderful
superstition,
Thursday
I
night
guess.
/
Like
Friday
a white
morning.
shirt. Or the cigarettes you sometimes see on people's desks or walls, mounted in a little box with a sign saying break glass in case of emergency. Is 1408 a smoking room, Mr. Olin? Just in case nuclear war breaks out? As a matter of fact, it is. Well, Mike said heartily, that's one less worry in the watches of the night. Mr. Olin sighed again, but this sigh didn't have the disconsolate quality of his lobby sigh. Yes, it was the office, Mike reckoned. Olin's office, his special place. Even this afternoon, when Mike had come accompanied by Robertson, the lawyer, Olin, had seemed less flustered once they were in here. And why not? Where else could
You are
feel
till you have to
secure,
go to work.
if not in your special place? Olin's office was a room with good pictures.
Alright, well,
a good
while we
rug,
wait for
floor,
the server to
good
come
cigars,
back
and a
up,
humidor.
I'm going to go grab another
A lot
Coke.
of
I will
managers
be
had no
right
doubt
back.
conducted a lot of business in here since 1910. In its own way, it was as New York as the blonde in her black off-the-shoulder dress, her smell of perfume, and her unarticulated promise of sleek New York sex in the small hours of the morning. You still don't think I can talk you out of this idea of yours, do you? Olin asked. I know you can't, Mike said, replacing the cigarette behind his ear. He didn't slick his hair back with Vitali's or wild root cream oils those colorful fedora-wearing scribblers of yore had, but he still changed the cigarette every day, just as he changed his underwear. You sweat back there behind your ears. If he examined the cigarette at the end of the day before throwing its unsmoked, deadly length into the toilet, Mike could see the faint yellow-orange residue of that sweat on the thin white paper. It did not increase the temptation to light up. How he had smoked for almost 20 years, 30 butts a day, sometimes 40, was now beyond him. Why he had done it was an even better question. Olin picked up the little stack of paperbacks from the blotter. I sincerely hope you're wrong. Mike ran open the zipper on the side pocket of his overnight bag. He brought out a Sony minicorder.
Right.
Would you mind if I taped our conversation, Mr. Olin? Olin waved a hand. Mike pushed record and the little red light came on. The reels began to turn. Olin, meanwhile, was shuffling slowly through the stack of books, reading the titles. As always when he saw his books in someone else's hands, Mike Ensign felt the oddest mix of emotions. Pride, unease, amusement, defiance, and shame. He had no business feeling ashamed of it. They had kept him nicely over these last 5 years, and he didn't have to share any of the profits with a packager. Book whores was what his agent called them, perhaps partly in envy, because he had come up with the concept himself. Although after the first book had sold so well, only a moron could have missed the concept. What was there to do after Frankenstein but Bride of Frankenstein? Still, he had gone to Iowa. He had studied with Jane Smiley. He had once been on a panel with Stanley Elkin. He had once aspired. Absolutely no one in his current circle of friends and acquaintances had any least inkling of this. To be published as a Yale younger poet. And when the hotel manager began speaking the titles aloud, Mike found himself wishing he hadn't challenged Olin with the recorder. Later, he would listen to Olin's measured tones and imagine he heard contempt in them. He touched the cigarette behind his ear without being aware of it. 10 nights in 10 haunted houses, Olin read. 10 nights in 10 haunted graveyards. 10 Nights in 10 Haunted Castles. He looked up at Mike with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Got to Scotland on that one. Not to mention the Vienna woods. And all tax deductible, correct? Hauntings are, after all, your business. Do you have a point? You're sensitive about these, aren't you? Olin asked. Sensitive, yes. Vulnerable, no. If you're hoping to persuade me out of your hotel by critiquing my books, no, not at all. I was curious, that's all. I sent Marcel. He's the concierge on DAYZ. Out to get them 2 days ago when you first appeared with your request. It was a demand, not a request. Still is. You heard Mr. Robertson? New York state law, not to mention 2 federal civil rights laws, forbids you to deny me a specific room if I request that specific room and the room is vacant. And 1408 is vacant. 1408 is always vacant these days. But Mr. Olin was not to be diverted from the subject of Mike's last 3 books. New York Times bestsellers. All. Just yet. He simply shuffled through them a 3rd time. The mellow lamplight reflected off their shiny covers. There was a lot of purple on the covers.
Kidding me?
Purple sold scary books better than any other color, Mike had been told. I didn't get a chance to dip into these until earlier this evening.
But
I've been quite busy. I usually am. The Dolphin
of
is small by
course.
New York standards. But we run at 90% occupancy, and usually a problem comes through the front door with every guest. Like me. Olin smiled a little. I'd say you're a bit of a special problem, Mr. Enslin. You and your Mr. Robertson and all your threats. Mike felt nettled all over again. He had made no threats, unless Robertson himself was a threat. And he had been forced to use the lawyer, as a man might be forced to use a crowbar on a rusty lockbox, which would no longer accept the key. The lockbox isn't yours, a voice inside told him, but the laws of the state and the country said differently. The laws said that room 1408 in the Hotel Dolphin was his if he wanted it, and as long as no one else had it first. He became aware that Olin was watching him, still with that faint smile, as if he had been following Mike's interior dialogue almost word for word. It was an uncomfortable feeling, and Mike was finding this an unexpectedly uncomfortable meeting. It felt as if he had been on the defensive ever since he'd taken out the minicorder, which was usually intimidating, and turned it on. If any of this has a point, Mr. Olin, I'm afraid I lost sight of it a turn or 2 back. And I've had a long day. If our wrangle over room 1408 is really over, I'd like to go on upstairs and... I read one... What would you call them? Essays? Tales? Bill Payers was what Mike called them, but he didn't intend to say that with the tape running. Not even though it was his tape. Story, Olin decided. I read one story from each book. The one about the Rilsby house in Kansas from your Haunted Houses book? Ah, yes. The Axe Murders. The fellow who had chopped up all 6 members of the Eugene Rilsby family had never been caught. Exactly so. And the one about the night you spent camped out on the graves of the lovers in Alaska who committed suicide. The ones people keep claiming to see around Sitka. And the account of your night in Gartsby Castle. That was actually quite amusing. I was surprised. Mike's ear was carefully tuned to catch the undernotes of contempt in even the blandest comments about his 10 Nights books, and he had no doubt that he sometimes heard contempt that wasn't there. Few creatures on earth are so paranoid as the writer who believes, deep in his heart, that he is slumming, Mike had discovered. But he didn't believe there was any contempt here. Thank you, he said. I guess... He glanced down at his minicorder. Usually its little red eyes seem to be watching the other guy, daring him to say the wrong thing. This evening it seemed to be looking at Mike himself. Oh yes, I meant it as a compliment. Olin tapped the books. I expect to finish this, but for the writing, it's the writing I like. I was surprised to find myself laughing at your quite unsupernatural adventures in Hartsby Castle, and I was surprised to find you as good as you are, as subtle as you are. I expected more hack and slash. Mike steeled himself for what would almost certainly come next. Olin's variation of what's a nice girl like you doing in a place like this. Olin remained determined, posting on black dresses out into the night, higher of wheat. Retiring men wore tuxes and tinkered with the standards like night and day in the hotel bar. Olin had probably read Faust on these nights often, but they are disturbing too, these books. If I hadn't looked at them, I don't think I would have bothered waiting for you this evening. Once I saw that lawyer with his briefcase, I knew you meant to stay in that goddamn room, and that nothing I could say was apt to dissuade you. But the books. Mike reached out and snapped off the minicorder. That little red staring eye was starting to give him the willies. Do you want to know why I'm bottom feeding? Is that it? I assume you do it for the money? Olin said mildly. And you're feeding a long way from the bottom. At least in my estimation. Although it's interesting that you would jump so nimbly to such a conclusion. Mike felt warmth rising in his cheeks. No, this wasn't going the way he had expected. He had never snapped his recorder off in the middle of a conversation. But Olin wasn't what he had seemed. I was led astray by his hands, Mike. Those pudgy little hotel manager's hands with their neat white crescents of manicured nail. What concerned me, what frightened me, is that I found myself reading the work of an intelligent, talented man who doesn't believe one single thing he has read. That wasn't exactly true, Mike thought. He'd written perhaps 24 stories he believed in, had actually published a few. He'd written reams of poetry he believed in during his first 18 months in New York when he had starved on the payroll of the Village Voice. But did he believe that the headless ghost of Eugene Rilsby walked his deserted Kansas farmhouse by moonlight? No. He had spent the night in that farmhouse, camped out on the dirty linoleum hills of the kitchen floor, and had seen nothing scarier than two mice trundling along the baseboard. He had spent a hot summer night in the ruins of the Transylvanian castle where he supposedly still held court. The only vampires to actually show up had been a fog of European mosquitoes. During the night, camped out by the grave of serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, a white, blood-streaked figure waving a knife had come out into gridlock darkness. But the giggles of the apparition's friends had given him away, and Mike Enslin hadn't been terribly impressed anyway. He knew a teenage ghost waving a rubber knife when he saw one, but he had no intention of telling any of this to Olin. He couldn't afford, except he could. The minicorder, a mistake from the get-go he now understood, was stowed away again, and this meeting was about as off the record as you could get. Also, he'd come to admire Olin in a weird way. And when you admired a man, you wanted to tell him the truth. No, he said, I don't believe in ghoulies and ghosties and long-leggedy beasties. I think it's good there are no such things, because I don't believe there's any good Lord that can protect us from them either. That's what I believe, but I've kept an open mind from the very start. I may never win the Pulitzer Prize for investigating the barking ghost in Mount Hope Cemetery, but I would have written fairly about him if he had shown up. Olin said something, only a single word, but too low for Mike to make it out. I beg pardon. I said no. Olin looked at him almost apologetically. Mike sighed. Olin thought he was a liar. When you got to that point, the only choices were to put up your dukes or disengage totally from the discussion. Why don't we leave this for another day, Mr. Olin? I'll just go on upstairs and brush my teeth. Perhaps I'll see Kevin O'Malley materialize behind me in the bathroom mirror. Mike started to get out of his chair, and Olin put out one of his pudgy, carefully manicured hands to stop him. I'm not calling you a liar, he said, but
Oh,
Mr. Enslin...
not worth a terribly large
Ghosts
amount.
rarely appear to those who don't believe in them, and when they do, they are rarely seen. Why, Eugene Rilsby could have bowled his severed head all the way down the front hall of his home, and you wouldn't have heard a thing. Mike stood up, then bent to grab his overnight case. If that's so, I won't have anything to worry about in room 1408, will I? But you will, Olin said. You will, because there are no ghosts in room 1408 and never have been. There's something in there. I've felt it myself, but it's not a spirit presence. In an abandoned house or an old castle keep, your unbelief may serve you as protection. In room 1408, it will only render you more vulnerable. Don't do it, Mr. Enslin. That's why I waited for you tonight to ask you, beg you, not to do it. Of all the people on Earth who don't belong in that room, the man who wrote those cheerful, exploitative true ghost books leads the list. Mike heard this and didn't hear it at the same time. And you turned off your tape recorder? He was raving. He embarrasses me into turning off my tape recorder, and then he turns into Boris Karloff hosting the All-Star Spook Weekend. Fuck it. I'll quote him anyway. If he doesn't like it, let him sue me. All at once, he was burning to get upstairs, not just so he could start getting his long night in a corner hotel room over with, but because he wanted to transcribe what Olin had just said while it was still fresh in his mind. Have a drink, Mr. Enslin. No, I really... Mr. Olin reached into his coat pocket and brought out a key on a long brass paddle. The brass looked old and scratched and tarnished. Embossed on it were the numbers 1408. Please, Olin said, humor me. You give me 10 more minutes of your time, long enough to consume a short scotch, and I'll hand you this key. I would give almost anything to be able to change your mind, but I like to think I can recognize the inevitable when I see it. You still use actual keys here? Mike asked. That's sort of a nice touch. Antique key. The Dolphin went to a mag card system in 1979. Mr. Enslin, the year I took the job as manager. 1408 is the only room in the house that still opens with a key. There was no need to put a mag card lock on its door because there's never anyone inside. The room was last occupied by a paying guest in 1978. You're shitting me. Mike sat down again and unlimbered his mini-quarter again. He pushed the record button and said, House Manager Olin claims 1408 not rented to a paying guest in over 20 years. It is just as well that 1408 has never needed a mag card lock on its door, because I'm completely positive the device wouldn't work. Digital wristwatches don't work in room 1408. Sometimes they run backwards, sometimes they simply go out, but you can't tell time with one. Not in room 1408, you can't. The same is true of pocket calculators and cell phones. If you're wearing a beeper, Mr. Enslin, I advise you to turn it off, because once you're in room 1408, it will start beeping at will. He paused. And turning it off isn't guaranteed to work either. It may turn itself back on. The only sure cure is to pull the batteries. He pushed the stop button on the mini-quarter without examining the buttons. Mike supposed he used a similar model for dictating memos. Actually, Mr. Enslin, the only sure cure is to stay the hell out of that room. I can't do that, Mike said, taking his mini-quarter back and stowing it once more. But I think I can take time for that drink. While Olin poured from the fumed oak bar beneath an oil painting of Fifth Avenue at the turn of the century, Mike asked him how, if the room had been continuously unoccupied since 1978, Olin knew that high-tech gadgets didn't work inside. I didn't intend to give you the impression that no one had set foot through the door since 1978, Olin replied. For one thing, There are maids in once a month to give the place a light turn. That means Mike, who had been working on 10 haunted hotel rooms for about 4 months at that point, said, "I know what it means. A light turn in an unoccupied room would include opening the windows to change the air, dusting, enough TT bowl in the can to turn the water briefly blue, a change of the towels. Probably not the bed linen, not on a light turn." He wondered if he should have brought his sleeping bag. Crossing the Persian from the bar with their drinks in his hands, Olin seemed to read Mike's thought on his face. "The sheets were changed this very afternoon, Mr. Winston. Why don't you drop that? Call me Mike." "I don't think I'd be comfortable with that," Olin said, handing Mike his drink. "Here's to you. And to you." Mike lifted his glass, meaning to clink it against Olin's, but Olin pulled his back. "No to you, Mr. Enslin. I insist. Tonight, we should both drink to you. You'll need it." Mike sighed, clinked the rim of his glass against the rim of Olin's, and said, "To me, you would have been right at home in a horror movie, Mr. Olin. You could have played the gloomy old butler who tries to warn the young married couple away from Castle Doom." Olin sat down. "It's a part I haven't had to play often, thank God." Room 1408 isn't listed on any of the websites dealing with paranormal locations or psychic hotspots. That'll change after my book, Mike thought, sipping his drink. And there are no ghost tours with stops at the Hotel Dolphin, although they do tour through the Sherry Netherland, the Plaza, and the Parkway. We have kept 1408 as quiet as possible. Although, of course, the history has always been there for a researcher who is both lucky and tenacious. Mike allowed himself a small smile. "Veronique changed the sheets," Olin said. "I accompanied her. You should feel flattered, Mr. Winston. It's almost like having your night's linen put on by royalty." Veronique and her sister came to the Dolphin as chambermaids in 1970. 1/72. B, as we call her, is the Hotel Dolphin's longest running employee, with at least 6 years senior. She has since risen to head housekeeper. I'd guess she hadn't changed a sheet in 6 years before today, but she used to do all the turns in 1408. She and her sister, until about 1992. Veronique and Celeste were twins, and the bond between them seemed to make them, how shall I put it, not immune to 1408, but its equal, at least for the short periods of time needed to give a room a light turn. "You're not going to tell me this Veronique's sister died in the room, are you?" "No, not at all," Olin said. "She left service here around 1988, suffering from ill health. But I don't rule out the idea that 1408 may have played a part in her worsening mental and physical condition. We seem to have built a rapport here, Mr. Olin. I hope I don't snap it by telling you I find that ridiculous." Olin laughed. So hard-headed for a student of the airy world. "I owe it to my readers," Mike said blandly. "I suppose I simply could have left 1408 as it is anyway during most of its days and nights," the hotel manager mused. "Doctor locked, lights off, shades drawn to keep the sun from fading the carpet, coverlet pulled up, doorknob breakfast menu on the bed. But I can't bear to think of the air getting stuffy and old like the air in an attic. Can't bear to think of the dust piling up until it's thick and fluffy. What does that make me? Persnickety or downright obsessive? It makes you a hotel manager, I suppose." In any case, B and C turned that room. Very quick, just in and out, until C retired and B got her first pink promotion. After that, I got other maids to do it in pairs, always picking ones who got on well with each other, hoping for that bond to withstand the bogies. Hoping for that bond, yes. And you can make fun of the room 1408 bogies as much as you want, Mr. Enslin, but you'll feel them almost at once. Of that, I'm confident. Whatever there is in that room, it's not shy. On many occasions, all that I could manage, I went with the maids to supervise them. He paused, then added, almost reluctantly, to pull them out, I suppose. If anything really awful started to happen, nothing ever did. There were several who had weeping fits, one who had a laughing fit. I don't know why someone laughing out of control should be more frightening than someone sobbing, but it is. And a number who fainted. Nothing too terrible, however. I had time enough over the years to make a few primitive experiments, beepers and cell phones and such, but nothing too terrible. Thank God. He paused again, then added in a queer, flat tone. One of them went blind. What? She went blind. Rummy Van Gelder, that was. She was dusting the top of the television, and all at once she began to scream. I asked her what was wrong. She dropped her desk rug and put her hands over her eyes and screamed that she was blind, but that she could see the most awful colors. They went away almost as soon as I got her out through the door, and by the time I got her down the hallway to the elevator, her sight had begun to come back. You're telling me all this just to scare me, Mr. Olin, aren't you? To scare me off. Indeed, I am not. You know the history of the room, beginning with the suicide of its first occupant. Mike did. Kevin O'Malley, a sewing machine salesman, had taken his life on October 13, 1910, a leaper who had left a wife and 7 children behind. 5 men and 1 woman have jumped from that room's single window, Mr. Enslin. 3 women and 1 man have overdosed with pills in that room. 2 found in bed, 2 found in the bathroom, 1 in the tub, and 1 sitting slumped on the toilet. A man hanged himself in the closet in 1970. Henry Storkin, Mike said. That one was probably accidental. Erotic asphyxia. Perhaps. There was also Randolph Hyde, who slit his wrists, and then cut off his genitals for good measure while he was bleeding to death. That one wasn't erotic asphyxiation. The point is, Mr. Enslin, that if you can't be swayed from your intention by a record of 12 suicides in 68 years, I doubt if the gasps and fibrillations of a few chambermaids will stop you. Gasps and fibrillations, that's nice, Mike thought, and wondered if he could steal it for the book. Few of the pairs who have turned 1408 over the years care to go back more than a few times, Olin said, and finished his drink in a tidy little gulp. Except for the French twins. B, E, and C, that's true. Olin nodded. Mike didn't care much about the maids and their, what had Olin called them? Their gasps and fibrillations. He did feel mildly rankled by Olin's enumeration of the suicides, as if Mike was so thick he had missed, not the fact of them, but their import. Except really, there was no import. Both Abraham Lincoln and John Kennedy had vice presidents named Johnson. The names Lincoln and Kennedy had 7 names. Both Lincoln and Kennedy had been elected in years ending in 60. What did all of these coincidences prove? Not a damn thing. The suicides will make a wonderful segment for my book, he said. But since the tape recorder is off, I can tell you they amount to what a statistician resource of mine calls the cluster effect. Charles Dickens called it the potato effect, Olin said. I beg your pardon. When Jacob Marley's ghost first speaks to Scrooge, Scrooge tells him to do nothing but a blob of mustard or a bit of underdone potato. Is that supposed to be funny? Mike asked a trifle coldly. Nothing about this strikes me as funny, Mr. Enslin. Nothing at all. Listen very closely, please. V's sister Celeste died of a heart attack. At that point, she was suffering mid-stage Alzheimer's, a disease which struck her very early in life. Yet her sister is fine and well, according to what you said earlier. An American success story, in fact. As you are yourself, Mr. Olin, from the look of you. Yet you've been in and out of room 1408 how many times? 100? 200? For very short periods of time, Olin said. It's perhaps like entering a room filled with poison gas. If one holds one's breath, one may be all right. I see you don't like that comparison. You no doubt find it overwrought, perhaps ridiculous. Yet I believe it's a good one. He steepled his fingers beneath his chin. It's also possible that some people react more quickly and more violently to whatever lives in that room, just as some people who go scuba diving are more prone to the bends than others. Over the Dolphin's near century of operation, the hotel staff has grown ever more
I
aware
knew
that
it.
1408 is a poisoned room. It has become part of the house history, Mr. Enslin. No one talks about it, just as no one mentions the fact that here, as in most hotels, the 14th floor is actually the 13th. But they know it. If all the facts and records pertaining to that room were available, they would tell an amazing story. One more uncomfortable than your readers might enjoy. I should guess, for example, that every hotel in New York has had its suicides, but I would be willing to wager my life that only in the Dolphin have there been a dozen of them in a single room. And leaving Celeste Ramondeau aside, what about the natural deaths in 1408? The so-called natural deaths? How many have there been? The idea of so-called natural deaths in 1408 had never occurred to him. 30, Olin replied. 30 at least. 30 that I know of. You're lying? The words were out of his mouth before he could call them back. No, Mr. Enslin, I assure you I'm not. Did you really think that we keep that room empty just out of some vapid old wives' superstition or ridiculous New York tradition? The idea may be that every fine old hotel should have at least one unquiet spirit, clanking around in the suite of invisible chains? Mike Enslin realized that just such an idea, not articulated but there just the same, had indeed been hanging around his new 10 Nights book. To hear Olin scoff at it, in the irritated tones of a scientist scoffing at a Bruges-waving native, did nothing to soothe his chagrin. We have our superstitions and traditions in the hotel trade, but we don't let them get in the way of our business, Mr. Enslin. There's an old saying in the Midwest where I broke into the business. There are no drafty rooms when the cattlemen are in town. If we have empties, we fill them. The only exception to that rule I have ever made, and the only talk like this I have ever had, is on account of room 1408. A room on the 13th floor whose very numerals add up to 13. Olin looked levelly at Mike Enslin. It is a room not only of suicides, but of strokes and heart attacks and epileptic seizures. One man who stayed in that room, this was in 1973, apparently drowned in a bowl of soup. You would undoubtedly call that ridiculous, but I spoke to the man who was head of hotel security at that time, and he saw the death certificate. The power of whatever inhabits the room seems to be less around midday, which is when the room turns always a curve, and yet I know of several maids who have turned that room who now suffer from heart problems, emphysema, diabetes. There was a heating problem on that floor 3 years ago, and Mr. Neal, the head maintenance engineer at that time, had to go into several of the rooms to check the heating units. 1408 was one of them. He seemed fine then, both in the room and later on. But he died the following afternoon of a massive cerebral hemorrhage. Coincidence, Mike said, yet he could not deny that Olin was good. Had the man been a camp counselor, he would have scared 90% of the kiddies back home after the first round of campfire ghost stories. Coincidence, Olin repeated softly, not quite contemptuously. He held out the old-fashioned key on its old-fashioned brass paddle. "How is your own heart, Mr. Enslin? Not to mention your blood pressure and psychological condition?" Mike found it took an actual, conscious effort to lift his hand. But once he got it moving, it was fine. It rose to the key without even the minutest trembling at the fingertips, so far as he could see. "All fine," he said, grasping the worn brass paddle. "Besides, I'm wearing my lucky Hawaiian shirt." Olin insisted on accompanying Mike to the 14th floor in the elevator, and Mike did not demur. He was interested to see that, once they were out of the manager's office and walking down the hall which led to the elevators, the man reverted to his less consequential self. He became once again poor Mr. Olin, the flunky who had fallen into the writer's clutches. A man in a tux. Mike guessed he was either the restaurant manager or the maitre d' stop them. Offered Olin a thin sheaf of papers and murmured to him in French. Olin murmured back, nodding, and quickly scribbled his signature on the sheets. The fellow in the bar was now playing Autumn in New York. From this distance, it had an echoey sound, like music heard in a dream. The man in the tuxedo said "Merci bien" and went on his way. Mike and the hotel manager went on theirs. Olin again asked if he could carry Mike's little valise, and Mike again refused. In the elevator, Mike found his eyes drawn to the neat triple row of buttons. Everything was where it should have been. There were no gaps. And yet, if you looked more closely, you saw that there was. The button marked 12 was followed by one marked 14. As if, Mike thought, they could make the number non-existent by omitting it from the control panel of an elevator. Foolishness. And yet, Olin was right. It was done all over the world. As the car rose, Mike said, "I'm curious about something. Why didn't you simply create a fictional resident for room 1408? If it scares you all as badly as you say it does. For that matter, Mr. Olin, why not declare it as your own residence?" I suppose I was afraid I would be accused of fraud, if not enforcing state and federal civil rights statutes. Hotel people feel about civil rights laws then by my bosses if they come persuade you to stay out of 1408. Good room off the market, because I was afraid that Stokes was an occasional traveling splatter himself all over 61st Street. Salesman took the house he had. Some guy that comes up from the Persian. He leaves it out here. You could see that when you were signing the maintenance ship, not out here. He believes it all. Above the door, the illuminated 12 went out and the 14 came on. The elevator stopped. The door slid open to reveal a perfectly ordinary hotel corridor with a red and gold carpet. Most definitely not a Persian, and electric fixtures that looked like 19th century gas lights. "Here we are," Olin said. "Your floor. You'll pardon me if I leave you here. 1408 is to your left, at the end of the hall. Unless I absolutely have to, I don't go any closer than this." Mike Enslin stepped out of the elevator on legs that seemed heavier than they should have. He turned back to Olin, a pudgy little man in a black coat and a carefully knotted wine-colored tie. Olin's manicured hands were clasped behind him now, and Mike saw that the little man's face was as pale as cream. On his high, lineless forehead, drops of perspiration stood out. "There's a telephone in the room, of course," Olin said. You could try it if you find yourself in trouble, but I doubt that it will work. Not if the room doesn't want it to. Mike thought of a light reply, something about how that would save him a room service charge at least. But all at once his tongue seemed as heavy as his legs. It just lay there on the floor of his mouth. Olin brought one hand out from behind his back, and Mike saw it was trembling. "Mr. Enslin," he said. "Mike, don't do this. For God's sake." Before he could finish, the elevator door slid shut, cutting him off. Mike stood where he was for a moment, in the perfect New York hotel silence of what no one on the staff would admit was the 13th floor of the Hotel Dolphin, and thought of reaching out and pushing the elevator's call button. Except if he did that, Olin would win. And there would be a large gaping hole where the best chapter of his new book should have been. The readers might not know that. His editor and his agent might not know it. Robertson, the lawyer, might not. But he would. Instead of pushing the call button, he reached up and touched the cigarette behind his ear. That old, distracted gesture he no longer knew he was making. And flicked the collar of his lucky shirt. Then he started down the hallway toward 1408, swinging his overnight case by his side. Part 2. The most interesting artifact left in the wake of Michael Enslin's brief stay. It lasted about 70 minutes. In room 1408 was the 11 minutes of recorded tape in his mini-corder, which was charred a bit, but not even close to destroyed. The fascinating thing about the narration was how little narration there was, and how odd it became. The mini-corder had been a present from his ex-wife, with whom he had remained friendly 5 years before, on his first case expedition, the Rilsby farm in Kansas. He had taken it almost as an afterthought, along with 5 yellow legal pads and a leather case filled with sharpened pencils. By the time he reached the door of room 1408 in the Hotel Dolphin 3 books later, he came with a single pen and notebook, plus 5 fresh 90-minute cassettes, in addition to the one he had loaded into the machine before leaving his apartment. He had discovered that narration served him better than note-taking. He was able to catch anecdotes. Some of them pretty damn great, as they happened. The bats that had dive-bombed him in the supposedly haunted tower of Gartsby Castle, for instance. He had shrieked like a girl on her first trip through a carny-haunted house. Friends hearing this were invariably amused. The little tape recorder was more practical than written notes, too. Especially when you were in a chilly New Brunswick graveyard and a squall of rain and wind collapsed your tent at 3 in the morning. You couldn't take very successful notes in such circumstances, but you could talk, which was what Mike had done. Gone on talking as he struggled out of the wet, flapping canvas of his tent, never losing sight of the mini-corder's comforting red eye. Over the years and the case expeditions, the Sony mini-corder had become his friend. He had never recorded a first-hand account of a true supernatural event on the filament-thin ribbon of tape running between his fingers. And that included the broken comment he made while in 1408. But it was probably not surprising that he had arrived at such feelings of affection for the gadget. Long-haul truckers come to love their Kenworths and Jimmy Peets. Writers treasure a certain pen or battered old typewriter. Professional cleaning ladies are loath to give up the old Electrolux. Mike had never had to stand up to an actual ghost or psychokinetic event with only the mini-corder, his version of a cross and a bunch of garlic, to protect him, but it had been there on plenty of cold, uncomfortable nights. He was hard-headed, but that didn't make him inhuman. His problems with 1408 started even before he got into the room. The door was crooked. Not by a lot, but it was crooked, all right, counted just the tiniest bit to the left. It made him think first of scary movies where the director tried to indicate mental distress in one of the characters by tipping the camera on the point-of-view shots. This association was followed by another one. The way doors looked when you were on a boat and the weather was a little heavy. Back and forth they went, right and left they went, tick and tock they went, until you started to feel a bit woozy in your head and stomach. Not that he felt that way himself, not at all, but Yes, I do. Just a little. And he would say so, too, if only because of Olin's insinuation that his attitude made it impossible for him to be fair in the undoubtedly subjective field of spook journalism. He bent over, aware that the slightly woozy feeling in his stomach left as soon as he was no longer looking at that subtly off-kilter door, unzipped the pocket on his overnighter, and took out his mini-quarter. He pushed record as he straightened up, saw the little red eye go on, and opened his mouth to say, "The door of room 1408 offers its own unique greeting. It appears to have been set crooked, tipped slightly to the left." He said the door, and that's all. If you listen to the tape, you can hear both words clearly. The door and then the click of the stop button. Because the door wasn't crooked. It was perfectly straight. Mike turned, looked at the door of 1409 across the hall. Then back at the door of 1408. Both doors were the same, white with gold number plaques and gold doorknobs. Both perfectly straight. Mike bent, picked up his overnight case with the hand holding the mini-quarter, moved the key in his other hand toward the lock, then stopped again. The door was crooked again. This time it tilted slightly to the right. "This is ridiculous," Mike murmured. But that woozy feeling had already started in his stomach again. It wasn't just like seasickness. It was seasickness. He had crossed to England on the Ketu a couple of years ago, and one night had been extremely rough. What Mike remembered most clearly was lying on the bed in his stateroom, always on the verge of throwing up, but never quite able to do it, and how the feeling of nauseated vertigo got worse if you looked at a doorway, or a table, or a chair, and how they would go back and forth, right and left. Exactly what he wants. He built you up for it, buddy. He set you up for it. Man, how he'd laugh if he could see you. How? His thoughts broke off as he realized Olin very likely could see him. Mike looked back down the corridor toward the elevator, barely noticing that the slightly whoopsie feeling in his stomach left the moment he stopped staring at the door. Above and to the left of the elevators, he saw what he had expected. A closed-circuit camera. One of the house dicks might be looking at it this very moment, and Mike was willing to bet that Olin was right there with him, both of them grinning like apes. "Teach him to come in here and start throwing his weight and his lawyer around," Olin says. "Look at him." The security man replies, grinning more widely than ever. White as a ghost himself, and he hasn't even touched the key to the lock yet. "You got him, boss?" "Got him hook, line, and sinker." Damned if you do, I thought. I stayed in the Rilsby house, slept in the room where at least 2 of them were killed. And I did sleep, whether you believe it or not. I spent a night right next to Jeffrey Dahmer's grave and another 2 stones over from H. P. Lovecrafts. I brushed my teeth next to the tub where Sister David Smythe supposedly found Olin's bodies. I stopped being scared of campfire stories a long time ago. I'll be damned if you do. He looked back at the door, and the door was straight. He grunted, pushed the key into the lock, and turned it. The door opened. Mike stepped in. The door did not swing slowly shut behind him as he felt for the light switch, leaving him in total darkness. Besides, the lights of the apartment building next door shone through the window. He found the switch. When he flicked it, the overhead light, enclosed in a collection of dangling crystal ornaments, came on. So did the standing lamp by the desk on the far side of the room. The window was above this desk, so someone sitting there writing could pause in his work and look out on 61st Street. Or jump out on 61st, if the urge so took him. Except, Mike set down his bag just inside the door, closed the door, and pushed record again. The little red light went on. According to Olin, 6 people have jumped from the window I'm looking at, he said, but I won't be taking any dives from the 14th. Excuse me, the 13th. Floor of the Hotel Dolphin tonight. There's an iron or steel mesh grill over the outside. Better safe than sorry. 1408 is what you'd call a junior suite, I guess. The room I'm in has 2 chairs, a sofa, a writing desk, a cabinet that probably contains the TV, and maybe a minibar. Carpet on the floor is unremarkable. Not a patch on Olin's, believe me. Wallpaper ditto. Wait. At this point, the listener hears another click on the tape as Mike hits the stop button again. All the scant narration on the tape has that same fragmentary quality, which is utterly unlike the other 150 or so tapes in his literary agent's possession. In addition, his voice grows steadily more distracted. It is not the voice of a man at work, but of a perplexed individual who has begun talking to himself without realizing it. The elliptical nature of the tapes and that growing verbal distraction combine to give most listeners a distinct feeling of unease. Many ask that the tape be turned off long before the end is reached. Mere words on a page cannot adequately convey a listener's growing conviction that he is hearing a man lose, if not his mind, then his hold on conventional reality. But even the flat words themselves suggest that something was happening. What Mike had noticed at that point were the pictures on the walls. There were 3 of them. A lady in 20s style evening dress standing on a staircase. A sailing ship done in the fashion of Currier Ives, and a still life of fruit, the latter painted with an unpleasant yellow-orange cast to the apples as well as the oranges and bananas. All 3 pictures were in glass frames, and all 3 were crooked. He had been about to mention the crookedness on tape, but what was so unusual, so worthy of comment about 3 off-kilter pictures, that a door should be crooked? Well, that had a little of that old cabinet of Dr. Caligari charm. But the door hadn't been crooked. His eyes had tricked him for a moment. That was all. The lady on the stairs tilted left. So did the sailing ship, which showed bell-bottom British tars lining the rail to watch a school of flying fish. The yellowish-orange fruit. To Mike, it looked like a bowl of fruit painted by the light of a suffocating equatorial sun, a Paul Bowles desert sun, tilted to the right. Although he was not ordinarily a fussy man, he circled the room, setting them straight. Looking at them crooked like that was making him feel a touch nauseated again. He wasn't entirely surprised either. One grew susceptible to the feeling. He had discovered that on the key too. He had been told that if one persevered through that period of increased susceptibility, one usually adapted. Got your seal eggs? Some of the old hands still said. Mike hadn't done enough sailing to get his sea legs, nor cared to. These days he stuck with his land legs, and in straightening the 3 pictures in the unremarkable sitting room of 1408 settled his midsection. Good for him. There was dust on the glass covering the pictures. He trailed his fingers across the still life that left 2 parallel streaks. The dust had a greasy, slippery feel. Like silk just before it rots was what came into his mind, but he was damned if he was going to done with it. How was he supposed to know what silk felt like just before it rotted? It was a drunk spawn. When the pictures were set to rights, he stepped back and surveyed them in turn. The evening-dressed lady by the door leading into the bedroom, the ship plying one of the 7 seas to the left of the writing desk, and finally the nasty and quite badly fruit by the TV cabinet. Part of him expected that they would be crooked again, or fall crooked as he looked at them. That was the way things happened in movies like Hill and in some episodes of Planets. But the pictures remained perfectly straight. Not so that he would have found anything supernatural or paranormal in a return to their past. In his experience, return Set out to give me the heebie-jeebies. He certainly succeeded. I don't mean didn't racist? Was heebie-jeebies short for Hebrew-jeebies? But that was ridiculous. That would be Hebrew-jeebies, a phrase which was meaningless. It, on the perfectly articulated, Mike Enslin says, "I've got to get hold of myself. Right now." This is followed by another click as he shuts his eyes holding each one into a 5 count before letting it out again. Supposedly haunted houses. Or the supposedly haunted cabin. This wasn't like being haunted. What you imagine being haunted would be like. This was like being stoned on bad, cheap dope. But you're going to break out of it. You're going to spend the goddamn night in this room, and not just because it's the best location you've ever been in. Leave out Olin, and you've got damn near enough for the ghost story of the decade already. But because Olin doesn't get to win, him and his bullshit story about how 30 people have died in here, they don't get to win. I'm the one in charge of bullshit around here, so just breathe in and out. Breathe in and out. In and out. He went on like that for nearly 90 seconds, and when he opened his eyes again, he felt normal. The pictures on the wall, still straight. Fruit in the bowl, still yellow, orange, and uglier than ever. Desert fruit for sure. Eat one piece of that and you'd shit until it hurt. He pushed record. The red eye went on. I had a little vertigo for a minute or two, he said, crossing the room to the writing desk and the window with its protective mesh outside. It might have been a hangover from Olin's yarning, but I could believe I feel a genuine presence here. He felt no such thing, of course, but once that was on tape, he could write almost anything he pleased. The air is stale, not musty or foul-smelling. Olin said the place gets aired every time it gets turned, but the turns are quick. Yeah, it's stale. Hey, look at this. There was an ashtray on the writing desk, one of those little ones made of thick glass that you used to see in hotels everywhere. And in it was a book of matches. On the front was the Hotel Dolphin. In front of the hotel stood a smiling doorman in a very old-fashioned uniform, the kind with shoulder boards, gold frogging, and a cap that looked as if it belonged in a gay bar, perched on the head of a motorcycle ramrod wearing nothing else but a few silver body rings. Going back and forth on Fifth Avenue in front of the hotel were cars from another era, Packards and Hudsons, Studebakers and Finney Chrysler and New Yorkers. The matchbook in the ashtray looks like it comes from about 1955, Mike said. He slipped it into the pocket of his lucky Hawaiian shirt. I'm keeping it as a souvenir. Now it's time for a little fresh air. There is a clunk as he sets the minute order down, presumably on the writing desk. There is a pause followed by vague sounds and a couple of effortful grunts. After these come a second pause and then a squeaking sound. Success, he says. This is a little off, Mike, but the follow-up is closer. Success, Mike repeated, picking the minute order up off the desk. The bottom half wouldn't budge. It's like it's nailed shut, but the top half came down all right. I can hear the traffic on Fifth Avenue, and all the beeping horns have a comforting quality. Someone is playing a saxophone, perhaps in front of the plaza, which is across the street and 2 blocks down. It reminds me of my brother. Mike stopped abruptly, looking at the little red eye. It seemed to accuse him. His brother was dead, another fallen soldier in the tobacco wars. Then he relaxed. What of it? These were the spook wars, where Michael Enslin had always come off the winner. As for Donald Enslin, my brother was actually eaten by wolves one winter on the Connecticut Turnpike, he said. Then laughed and pushed stop. There's more on the tape. A little more. But that is the final statement of any coherence. The final statement, that is, to which a clear meaning can be ascribed. Mike turned on his heels and looked at the pictures. Still hanging perfectly straight, good little pictures that they were. That's still life, though. What an ugly fucking thing that was. He pushed record and spoke 2 words. Fuming oranges into the mini-quarter. Then he turned it off again and walked across the room to the door leading into the bedroom. He paused by the evening-dressed lady and reached into the darkness, feeling for the light switch. He had just one moment to register. It feels like skin, like old dead skin. Something wrong with the wallpaper under his sliding car, and then his fingers found the switch. The bedroom was flooded with yellow light from another of those ceiling fixtures buried in hanging glass boulders. The bed was a double hiding under a yellow-orange coverlet. Why say hiding? Mike asked the mini-quarter, then pushed the stop button again. He stepped in, fascinated by the fuming desert of the coverlet, the tumorous bulges of the pillows beneath it. Sleep there? Not at all, sir. It would be like sleeping inside that goddamn still life, sleeping in that horrible, hot Paul Bowles room you couldn't quite see. A room for lunatic, expatriate Englishmen who were blind from syphilis caught while fucking their mothers. The film version starring Sir Lawrence Harvey and Jeremy Irons. One of those actors you just naturally associated with unnatural acts. Mike pushed record. The little red eye came on, he said. Orpheus on the Orpheum circuit. Into the mic, then pushed stop again. He approached the bed. The coverlet gleamed yellow-orange. The wallpaper, perhaps cream-colored by daylight, had picked up the yellow-orange glow of the coverlet. There was a little night table to either side of the bed. On one was a telephone, black and large and equipped with a dial. The finger holes in the dial looked like surprised white eyes. On the other table was a dish with a plum on it. Mike pushed record and said, "That isn't a real plum. That's a plastic plum." He pushed stop again. On the bed itself was a doorknob. Mike sidled up one side of the bed, being quite careful to touch neither the bed nor the wall, and picked the menu up. He tried not to touch the coverlet either, but the tips of his fingers brushed it. He moaned. It was soft in some terrible wrong way. Nevertheless, he picked the menu up. It was in French, and although it had been years since he had taken the language, one of the breakfast items appeared to be birds roasted in shit. That at least sounds like something the French might eat, he thought, and uttered a wild, distracted laugh. He closed his eyes and opened them. The menu was in Russian. He closed his eyes and opened them. The menu was in Italian. Closed his eyes, opened them. There was no menu. There was a picture of a screaming little woodcut boy looking back over his shoulder at the woodcut wolf, which had swallowed his left leg up to the knee. The wolf's ears were laid back, and he looked like a terrier with its favorite toy. "I don't see that," and of course he didn't. Without closing his eyes, he saw neat lines of English, each line listing a different breakfast temptation. Eggs, waffles, fresh berries. No birds roasted in shit. Still, he turned around and very slowly edged himself out of the little space between the wall and the bed. A space that now felt as narrow as a grave. His heart was beating so hard that he could feel it in his neck and wrists, as well as in his chest. His eyes were throbbing in their sockets. 1408 was wrong. Yes, indeed, 1408 was very wrong. Olin had said something about poison gas, and that was what Mike felt. Someone who has been gassed or forced to smoke strong hashish laced with insect poison. Olin had done this, of course, probably with the active, laughing connivance of the security people. Pumped his special poison gas up through the vents. Just because he could see no vents, didn't mean the vents weren't there. Mike looked around the bedroom with wide, frightened eyes. There was no plum on the end table to the left of the bed. No plate, either. The table was bare. He turned, started to the door leading back to the sitting room, and stopped. There was a picture on the wall. He couldn't be absolutely sure. In his present state, he couldn't be absolutely sure of his own name. But he was fairly sure that there had been no picture there when he first came in. It was a still life. A single plum sat on a tin plate in the middle of an old plank table. The light falling across the plum and the plate was a feverish yellow-orange. Tango light, he thought. The kind of light that makes the dead get up out of their graves in tango. The kind of light. I have to get out of here, he whispered, and blundered back into the sitting room. He became aware that his shoes had begun to make odd smooching sounds, as if the floor beneath them were growing soft. The pictures on the living room wall were crooked again, and there were other changes as well. The lady on the stairs had pulled down the top of her gown, baring her breasts. She held one in each hand. A drop of blood hung from each nipple. She was staring directly into Mike's eyes and grinning ferociously. Her teeth were filed to cannibal points. At the rail of the sailing ship, the tars had been replaced by a line of pallid men and women. The man on the far left, nearest the ship's bow, wore a brown wool suit and held a derby hat in one hand. His hair was slicked to his brow and parted in the middle. His face was shocked and vacant. Mike knew his name. Kevin O'Malley, this room's first occupant, a sewing machine salesman who had jumped from this room in October of 1910. To O'Malley's left were the others who had died here, all with that same vacant, shocked expression. It made them look related, all members of the same inbred and cataclysmically retarded family. In the picture where the fruit had been, there was now a severed human head. Yellow-orange light swam off the sunken cheeks, the sagging lips, the upturned, glazing eyes, the cigarette parked behind the right ear. Mike blundered toward the door, his feet smooching and now actually seeming to stick a little at each step. The door wouldn't open, of course. The chain hung unengaged. The thumb bolt stood straight up like clock hands pointing to 6 o'clock, but the door wouldn't open. Breathing rapidly, Mike turned from it and waited. That was what it felt like. Across the room to the writing desk. He could see the curtains beside the window he had cracked open waving desultorily, but he could feel no fresh air against his face. It was as though the room were swallowed. He could still hear horns on Fifth, but they were now very distant. Did he still hear the saxophone? If so, the room had stolen its sweetness and melody and left only an eternal weaving glow, like the wind blowing across a cold and a dead man's neck or a poplar filled with severed fingers or... Stop it, he tried to say, but he could no longer speak. His heart was hammering at a terrible pace. If it went much faster, it would explode. His faithful companion of many case expeditions was no longer in his hand. He had left it somewhere. In the bedroom? If it was in the bedroom, it was probably gone by now, swallowed by the room. When it was digested, it would be excreted into one of the pictures. Gasping for breath like a runner nearing the end of a long race, Mike put a hand to his chest, as if to soothe his heart. What he felt in the left breast pocket of his gaudy shirt was the small, square shape of the mini-quarter. The feel of it, so solid and known, steadied him a little, brought him back a little. He became aware that he was humming, and that the room seemed to be humming back at him, as if myriad mouths were concealed beneath its deeply nasty wallpaper. He was aware that his stomach was now so nauseated that it seemed to be swinging in its own greasy hammock. He could feel the air crowding against his ears in soft, coagulating clots. And it made him think of how Fudge was when it reached the softball stage. But he was back a little, enough to be positive of one thing. He had to call for help while there was still time. The thought of Olin smirking, in his deferential New York hotel manager way, and saying "I told you so" didn't bother him, and the idea that Olin had somehow induced these strange perceptions and horrible fear by chemical means had entirely left his mind. It was the room. It was the goddamn room. He meant to jab out a hand to the old-fashioned telephone, the twin of the one in the bedroom, and snatch it up. Instead, he watched his arm descend to the table in a kind of delirious slow motion, the arm of a diver who expected to see bubbles rising from it. He closed his fingers around the handset and picked it up. His other hand dove as deliberate as the first and dialed 0. As he put the handset of the phone against his ear, he heard a series of clicks as the dial spun back to its original position. It sounded like a wheel on Wheel of Fortune. Do you want it to spin, or do you want to solve the puzzle? Remember that if you try to solve the puzzle and fail, you will be put out into the snow inside the factory. There was no ring in his ear. Instead, a harsh voice simply began speaking. This is 9. 9. This is 9. 9. This is 10. 10. We have killed your friends. Every friend is now dead. This is 6. 6. Mike listened with growing horror, not at what the voice was saying, but at its rasping undertones. It was not a machine-generated voice, but it wasn't a human voice either. It was the voice of the room. The presence pouring out of the walls and the floor. The presence speaking to him from the telephone had nothing in common with any haunting or paranormal event he had ever read about. There was something alien here. No, not here yet, but coming. It's hungry, and your dinner. The phone fell from his relaxing fingers and he turned around. It swung at the end of its cord the way his stomach was swinging back and forth inside him, and he could still hear that voice rasping out of the black. 18. This is no 18. Take cover when the siren sounds. This is 4. 4. He was not aware of taking a cigarette from behind his ear and putting it on, or of fumbling the book of matches out of his right shirt's right breast pocket, not aware that after 9 years, he had finally decided to have a smoke. Before him, the room had begun to melt. It was sagging out of its right angles and straight lines, not into curves, but into strange Moorish arcs that hurt his eyes. The glass chandelier in the center of the ceiling began to sag like a thick blob of spit. The pictures began to bend, turning into shapes like the windshields of old cars. From behind the glass of the picture by the door leading into the bedroom, the 20s woman with the bleeding nipples and grinning cannibal teeth whirled around and ran back up the stairs, going with the jerky, delirious, high-knee pistoning of a fast, silent music. The telephone continued to grind and spit, the voice coming from it now, the voice of an electric hair clipper that has learned how to talk. 5. This is 5. Ignore the siren. Even if you leave this room, you can never leave this room. 8. This is 8. The door to the bedroom and the door to the hall had begun to collapse downward, widening in the middle and becoming doorways for beings possessed of unhallowed shapes. The light began to grow bright and hot, filling the room with that yellow-orange glow. Now he could see rips in the wallpaper, black pores that quickly grew to become mouths. The floor sank into a concave arc, and now he could hear it coming, the dweller in the room behind the room, the thing in the walls, the owner of the buzzing voice. 6. The phone screamed. 6. This is 6. This is goddamn fucking 6. He looked down at the matchbook in his hand, the one he had plucked out of the bedroom ashtray. Funny old doorman, funny old cars with their big chrome gorillas, words running across the bottom that he hadn't seen in a long time because now the strip of abrasive stuff was always on the back. First cover, right. Without thinking about it, he no longer could think. Mike Enslin tore out a single match, allowing the cigarette to drop out of his mouth at the same time. He struck the match and immediately touched it to the others in the book. There was a foot. Sound. A strong whiff of burning sulfur that went into his head like a whiff of smelling salts, and a bright flare of matchhead. And again, without so much as a single thought, Mike held the flaring bouquet of fire against the front of his shirt. It was a cheap thing made in Korea or Cambodia or Borneo now. It caught fire at once. Before the flames could blaze up in front of his eyes, rendering the room once more unstable, Mike saw it clearly, like a man who has awakened from a nightmare, only to find the nightmare all around him. His head was clear. A strong whiff of sulfur and the sudden rising heat from his shirt had done that much. But the room maintained its insanely Moorish aspect. Moorish was wrong, not even very close, but it was the only word that seemed even to reach toward what had happened here. What was still happening? He was in a melting, rotting cage full of swoops and mad tilts. The door to the bedroom had become the door to some sarcophagal inner chamber. And to his left, where the picture of the fruit had been, the wall was bulging outward toward him, splitting open in those long cracks that gaped like mouths, opening on a world from which something was now approaching. Mike Enslin could hear its slobbering, avid breath, and smell something alive and dangerous. It smelled a little like the lion house in the then flames scorched the undershelf of his chin, banishing thought. The heat rising from his blazing shirt took that waver back into the world, and as he began to smell the crispy aroma of his chest hair starting to fry, Mike again bolted across the sagging rug to the hall door. An insectile buzzing sound had begun to sweat out of the walls. The yellow-orange light was steadily brightening, as if a hand were turning
MC Mikey.
Dude, Curiosity, thank you for the resub.
But coincidence would probably be a better bet. Rufus Dearborn, who was staying that night in room 1414 up near the elevators, was a salesman for the Singer Sewing Machine Company, in town from Texas to talk about moving up to an executive position. And so it happened that 90 or so years after room 1408's first occupant jumped to his death, another sewing machine salesman saved the life of the man who had come to write about the reportedly haunted room. Or perhaps that is an exaggeration. Mike Enslin might have lived even if no one, especially a fellow on his way back from a visit to the ice machine, had been in the hallway at that moment. Having your shirt catch fire is no joke, though, and he certainly would have been burned much more severely and extensively if not for Dearborn, who thought fast and moved even faster. Not that Dearborn ever remembered exactly what happened. He constructed a coherent enough story for the newspapers and TV cameras. He liked the idea of being a hero very much, and it certainly did no harm to his executive aspirations. And he clearly remembered seeing the man on fire lunge out into the hall. But after that, everything was a blur. Thinking about it was like trying to reconstruct the things you had done during the vilest, deepest drunk of your life. One thing he was sure of, but didn't tell any of the reporters because it made no sense. The burning man's scream seemed to grow in volume, as if he was a stereo that was being turned up. He was right there in front of Dearborn, and the pitch of the scream never changed. But the it was as if the man were some incredibly loud object that was just arriving here. Dearborn had an ice bucket in his hand. Burning man. It was just his shirt on fire. I saw that right away, he told the reporters. Struck the door opposite the room he had come out of, rebounded, staggered, and fell to his knees. That was when Dearborn reached him. He put his foot on the burning shoulder of the screaming man's shirt and pushed him over onto the hall carpet. Then he dumped the contents of the ice bucket onto him. These things were blurred in his memory, but accessible. He was aware that the burning shirt seemed to be casting far too much light. A sweltering yellow-orange light that made him think of a trip he and his brother had made to Australia 2 years before. They had rented an all-wheel drive and had taken off across the Great Australian Desert. The few natives called it the Great Australian Bugger All.
I am doing well.
Hell of a trip.
Gaming on the new PC and killing zombies, cutting them up for money. What could be better?
Hot and strange, not really what you thought of as Earth light.
Hope you're doing well yourself.
He dropped beside the burning man, who was now only the smoldering man, the covered with ice cubes man, and rolled him over to stifle the flames reaching around to the back of the ship. When he did, he saw the skin on the left side of the man's neck had gone a smoky, bubbly red, and the lobe of his ear on that side had melted a little. But otherwise. Dearborn looked up, and it seemed... This was crazy, but it seemed the door to the room the man had come out of was filled with the burning light of an Australian sundial.
And a beard be nice.
The hot light of an empty place where things no man had ever seen might live. It was terrible. That light, and the low buzzing like an electric clipper that was trying desperately to speak. But it was fascinating, too. He wanted to go into it. He wanted to see what was behind it. Perhaps Mike saved Dearborn's life as well. He was certainly aware that Dearborn was getting up, as if Mike no longer held any interest for him, and that his face was filled with the blazing, pulsing light coming out of 1408. He remembered this better than Dearborn later did himself, but of course,
tires fitted,
had not been reduced to setting himself on fire in order to survive. Mike grabbed the cuff of Dearborn's slacks. "Don't go in there," he said in a cracked, smoky voice. "You'll never come out." Dearborn stopped, looking down at the reddening, blistering face of the man on the carpet. "It's haunted," Mike said, and as if the words had been a talisman, the door of room 1408 slammed furiously shut, cutting off the light, cutting off the terrible buzz that was almost words. Rufus Dearborn, one of Singer Sewing Machine's finest, ran down to the elevators and pulled the fire alarm. Part 4. There's an interesting picture of Mike Ansley treating the burn victim. A diagnostic approach.
Oh, that's always a good plan. Make sure them tires are in good shape. Be running around on no baldies, that's for sure.
It's Mike, all right. One can tell by the white square on the left side of his chest. The flesh all around it is an angry red, actually blistered into second-degree burns in some places. The white square marks the left breast pocket of the shirt he was wearing that night. The lucky shirt with his minicorder in the pocket. The minicorder itself melted around the corners, but it still works, and the tape inside it was fine. It's the things on it which are not fine. After listening to it 3 or 4 times, Mike's agent, Sam Farrell, tossed it into his wall safe, refusing to acknowledge the goose flesh all over his tan, scrawny arms. In that wall, safe, the tape has stayed ever since. Farrell has no urge to take it out and play it again. Not for himself, not for his curious friends, some of whom would cheerfully kill to hear it. New York publishing is a small community, and word gets around. He doesn't like Mike's voice on the tape. He doesn't like the stuff that voice is saying. My brother was actually eaten by wolves one winter on the Connecticut Turnpike. What in God's name is that supposed to mean? And most of all, he doesn't like the background sounds on the tape. The kind of liquid smooshing that sometimes sounds like clothes churning around in an overused washer. Sometimes like one of those old electric hair clippers. And sometimes weirdly like a voice. While Mike was still in the hospital, a man named Olin, manager of the goddamn hotel in DAYZ, came and asked Sam Farrell if he could listen to that tape. Farrell said no, he couldn't. What Olin could do was take himself on out of the agent's office at a rapid hike, and thank God all the way back to the flea bag where he worked that Mike Enslin had decided not to sue either the hotel or Olin for negligence. I tried to persuade him not to go in, Olin said quietly. A man who spent most of his working days listening to tired travelers and petulant guests bitch about everything from their rooms to the magazine selection in the newsstand. He wasn't much perturbed by Farrell's rancor. I tried everything in my power. If anyone was negligent that night, Mr. Farrell, it was your client. He believed too much in nothing. Very unwise behavior. Very unsafe behavior. I would guess he has changed somewhat in that regard. In spite of Farrell's distaste for the tape, he would like Mike to listen to it, acknowledge it, perhaps use it as a pad from which to launch a new book. There is a book in what happened to Mike. Farrell knows it, not just a chapter, 40-page case history, but an entire book. One that might outsell all 3 of the 10 Nights books combined. And, of course, he doesn't believe Mike's assertion that he has finished not only with ghost tales, but with all writing. Writers say that from time to time, that's all. The occasional prima donna outburst is part of what makes writers in the first place. As for Mike Enslin himself, he got off lucky, all things considered. And he knows it. He could have been burned much more badly than he actually was. If not for Mr. Dearborn and his bucket of ice, he might have had 20 or even 30 different skin graft procedures to suffer through instead of only 4. His neck is scarred on the left side in spite of the grafts. But the doctors at the Boston Burn Institute tell him the scars will fade on their own. He also knows that the burns, painful as they were in the weeks and months after that night, were necessary. If not for the matches with close cover before striking written on the front, he would have died in 1408, and his end would have been unspeakable. To a coroner, it might have looked like a stroke or a heart attack, but the actual cause of death would have been much nastier. Much nastier. He was also lucky in having produced 3 popular books on ghosts and hauntings before actually running afoul of a place that is haunted. This he also knows. Sam Farrell may not believe Mike's life as a writer is over, but Sam doesn't need to. Mike knows it for both of them. He cannot so much as write a postcard without feeling cold all over his skin and being nauseated deep in the pit of his belly. Sometimes just looking at a pen or a tape recorder will make him think the pictures were crooked. I tried to straighten the pictures. He doesn't know what this means. He can't remember the pictures or anything else from 1408. That is a mercy. His blood pressure is a his doctor told him that burn victims often run a problem. taking Occubites. He has consistent back problems. His prostate has gotten too large. But he can deal with these things. He knows he isn't the first person to escape 1408 escape. Olin tried to tell him, but it isn't all bad. At least he doesn't remember. Sometimes he has nightmares. Quite often, in fact. Almost every goddamn night, in fact. But he rarely remembers them when he wakes up. A sense that things are seriously, melting the way the corners of his mini-quarter melted. These days, and when the weather is good, he takes long walks on the beach. The closest he has ever come to articulating what he does remember about his 70-odd. Very odd, minutes in 1408 was on one of those walks. It was never human, he told the incoming waves in a choked, halting voice. Ghosts. At least ghosts were once human. The thing in the wall, though. That thing. Time may improve it. He can and does hope for that. Time may fade it, as it will fade the scars on his neck. In the meantime, though, he sleeps with the lights on in his bedroom, so he will know at once where he is when he wakes up from the bad dreams. He has had all the phones taken out of the house. At some point, just below the place where his daughter's seems able to go, he's afraid of picking the phone up and hearing a buzzing, inhuman voice spit. This is 9. 9. We have killed every friend is now dead. And when the sun goes down on clear evenings, he pulls every shade and blind and drape in the house. He sits like a man in a dark room until his watch tells him the light, even the last fading glow on the horizon, must be gone. He can't stand the light that comes at sunset. That yellow deepening to orange like light in the Australian desert.
Getting loaded up on body part. Lots of body parts. Whew. Lots Lots of body. So if I have animal, over, I do have the dragon. Yeah, no kidding, huh?
Bert turned the radio on too loud and didn't turn it down because they were on the verge of another argument, and he didn't want it to happen. He was desperate for it not to happen. He said something. "What?" he shouted. "Turn it down. Do you want to break my eardrums?" He bit down hard on what might have come to his mouth and turned it down. Vicky was fanning herself with a scarf, even though the T-bird was air-conditioned. "Where are we anyway?" "Nebraska." She gave him a cold, neutral look. "Yes, Bert, I know we're in Nebraska, Bert. But where the hell are we?" "You've got the road atlas. Look it up. Or can't you read?" Such wit. This is why we got off the turnpike. So we could look at 300 miles of and enjoy the view of Bert Robeson. He was gripping the steering wheel, his knuckles white. He decided he was holding it that tightly because if he loosened up, why, one of those hands might just fly off and hit the ex-prom queen beside him right in the chops. "We're saving our marriage," he told himself. "Yes? We're doing it the same way us grunts went about saving villages in the war." "Vicky," he said carefully, "I have driven 1,500 miles on turnpike since we left Boston. I did all that driving myself because you refused to drive. Then, I did not refuse," she said hotly, "just because I get migraines when I drive for a long time. Then when I asked you if you'd navigate for me on some of the secondary roads, you said, 'Sure, Bert.' Those were your exact words. 'Sure, Bert.' Then, sometimes I wonder how I ever wound up married to you." "By saying 2 little words." She stared at him for a moment, white-lipped, and then picked up the road atlas. She turned the pages savagely. It had been a mistake leaving the turnpike, Bert thought morosely. They had been doing pretty well, treating each other almost like human beings. It had sometimes seemed that this trip to the coast, ostensibly to see Vicky's brother and his wife, but actually a last-ditch attempt to patch up their own marriage, was going to work. But since they left the pike, it had been bad again. How bad? Well, terrible, actually. "We left the turnpike in Hamburg, right?" "Right." "There's nothing more until Gatlin," she said. 20 miles. Wide place in the road. Do you suppose we could stop there and get something to eat?"
Or does your almighty schedule say we have to go until 2 o'clock like we did yesterday? He took his eyes off the road to look at her. I've about had it, Vicky. As far as I'm concerned, we can turn right here and go home and see that lawyer you wanted to talk to, because this isn't working at... She had faced forward again, her expression stonily set. It suddenly turned to surprise and fear. Bert, look out, you're gonna... He turned his attention back to the road, just in time to see something vanish under the T-Bird's bumper. A moment later, while he was only beginning to switch from gas to brake, he felt something thump sickeningly under the front and then the back wheels. They were thrown forward as the car braked along the center line, decelerating from 50 to 0 along black skid marks. A dog, he said. Tell me it was a dog, Vicky. Her face was a pallid cottage cheese color.
A boy. A little boy. He just ran out of the corner. Congratulations, Tiger.
She fumbled the car door open, leaned out, threw up. Bert sat straight behind the T-Bird's wheel, hands still gripping at least. He was aware of nothing for a long time, but a rich, soft smell that fertilized him. He saw that Vicky had gone, and when he looked in the outside mirror, he saw her stumbling like a pile of rags. She was ordinarily a graceful woman. Robbed. Manslaughter. He turned the ignition off and got out. The wind ruffled softly through the growing man. Bundle of rags, and he could hear her sobbing. There she stood, and something caught his eye on the left. A gold. Bright as barn paint. He stopped, looking directly into the corner. Anything to untrack from those rags that were not rags. It was a good growing season for corn. They put things together. Neat shaded rows, spend a day trying to find your way out again. Corn stalks had been broken into seeds. But, Vicky screamed at him, don't you want some seed? Fresh sobs. There was more blood on the leaves further in. Surely it couldn't have splattered this far. And then he was standing over the object he had seen from the road. He picked it up. The neatness of the rows was disturbed here. Earth had been gouged. It was blood. The corn rustled. With a little shiver, he walked down the road. Vicky was having hysterics, screaming unintelligible words at him, crying, laughing. Who would have thought it could end in such a melodramatic way? He looked at her and saw he wasn't having an identity crisis or a difficult life transition or any of those kind of things. He hated her. He gave her a hard slap across the face. She stopped short and put a hand against the reddening impression of his fingers.
You'll go to jail, Bert,
she said solemnly. I don't think so, he said, and put the suitcase he had found in the corner of his feet.
What?
I don't know. I guess it belonged to him. He pointed to the sprawled, face-down body that lay in the road. No more than 13 from the look of him. The suitcase was old.
The brown leather was battered and scuffed. 2 hanks of clothesline had been wrapped around it and tied in large, clownish grannies. Vicky bent to undo one of them, saw the blood greased into a knot, and Bert knelt, turned the body over gently. Look, Vicky said, staring down helplessly anyway. And when the staring, sightless face flopped up to regard them, she screamed again. The boy's face was dirty, his expression a grimace of terror. His throat had been cut. Bert got up and put his arms around Vicky as she began to sway. Don't faint, he said very quietly. You hear me, Vicky? Don't faint. He repeated it over and over, and at last she began to recover and held him tight. They might have been dancing, there on the noon-struck road, with the boy's corpse at their feet. Vicky, what? Muffled against his shirt. Go back to the car and put the keys in your pocket. Get the blanket out of the back seat and my rifle. Bring them here. The rifle? Someone cut his throat. Maybe whoever is watching us? Her head jerked up, and her wide eyes considered the corn. It marched away as far as the eye could see, undulating down, small dips and rises of land. I imagine chances. Go on, do it. She walked stiltedly back to the car. Close at this hour of the day. When she leaned into the back seat, Bert squatted beside the boy. White male, no distinguishing marks. Run over, yes, but the T-bird hadn't cut the kid's throat. It had been cut raggedly and inefficiently. No army sergeant had shown the killer the finer points of hand-to-hand assassination, but the final effect had been deadly. He had either run or been pushed through the last 30 feet of corn, dead or mortally wounded, and Bert Robeson had run him down. If the boy had still been alive when the car hit him, his life had been cut short by 30 seconds at most. Vicky tapped him on the shoulder and he jumped. She was standing with the brown army blanket over her left arm, the cased pump shotgun in her right hand, her face averted. He took the blanket and spread it on the road. He rolled the body onto it. Vicky uttered a desperate little moan. You okay? He looked at her. Vicky? Okay, she said in a strangled voice. He flipped the sides of the blanket over the body and scooped it up, hating the thick, dead weight of it. It tried to make a U in his arms and slithered through his grasp. He clutched it tighter, and they walked back to the T-bird. Open the trunk, he grunted. The trunk was full of travel stuff, suitcases and souvenirs. Vicky shifted most of it into the back seat, and Bert slipped the body into the made space and slammed the trunk lid down. A sigh of relief escaped him. Vicky was standing by the driver's side door, still holding the cased rifle.
A solo
Put it in the back.
beer garden T-Rex.
He looked at his watch and saw only 15 minutes had passed.
Yeah.
Like hours. What about the suitcase? She asked. He trotted back down the
No
road.
such thing as enough ammo.
Like a focal point in an impressionist painting.
Got a 25-minute video of that.
He paused for a moment. He had a strong sensation of being watched. There was a feeling he had read about in books, mostly cheap fiction, and he had always doubted its reality. Now, it was as if there were people in the corn, maybe a lot of them, coldly estimating whether the woman could get the gun out of the case and use it before they could grab him, drag him into the shady rows, and cut his throat. Heart beating thickly, he ran back to the car, pulled the keys out of the trunk lock, and got in. Vicky was crying again. Bert got them moving, and before a minute had passed, he could no longer pick out the spot where it had happened. Rearview mirror. say the next town was? He asked. Oh, she bent over the road atlas again. Gatlin. We should be there in 10 minutes. Does it look big enough to have a police station? No, it's just a dock. Maybe there's a constable. They drove in silence for a while. They passed a silo on the left. Nothing else but corn. Nothing past them going the other way. Not a farm truck. Have we passed anything since we got off the turnpike, Vicky? Thought about it. A car and a tractor at that intersection. No, since we got on this road, Route 17. No, I don't think we have. Earlier, this might have been the preface to some cutting remark. Now she only stared out of her half of the windshield at the unrolling road and the endless dotted line. Vicky, could you open the suitcase? Do you think it might matter? Don't know. It might. While she picked at the knots, her face was set in a peculiar way, expressionless but tight-mouthed, that Bert remembered his mother wearing when she pulled the innards out of the Sunday chicken. Bert turned on the radio again. The pop station they had been listening to was almost obliterated in static, and Bert switched, running the red marker slowly down the dial. Farm reports, Buck Owens, Tammy Wynette, all distant, nearly distorted into babble. And then, near the end of the dial, one single word blared out of the speaker, so loud and clear that the lips which uttered it might have been directly beneath the grill of the dashboard speaker. Atonement, this voice bellowed. Bert made a surprised grunting sound. Vicky jumped. Only by the blood of the Lamb are we saved, the voice roared, and Bert hurriedly turned the sound down. The station was close, all right. So close that, yes, there it was, poking out of the corn at the horizon, a spidery red tripod against the blue, the radio tower. Atonement is the word, brothers and sisters, the voice told them, dropping to a more conversational pitch. In the background, off mic, voices murmured amen. There's some that thinks it's okay to get out of the world as if you could work and walk in the world without being smirched by the world. Now, is that what the Word of God teaches us? Off mic, but still loud. No. Holy Jesus, the evangelist shouted, and now the words came in a powerful pumping cadence, almost as compelling as a driving rock and roll beat. When they gonna know that way is death? When they gonna know that the wages of the world are paid on the other side? Huh? The Lord has said there's many mansions in his house, but there's no room for the fornicator, no room for the coveter, no room for the defiler of the corn, no room for the homosexual, no room. Vicky snapped it off. That drivel makes me sick. What did he say? Bert asked her. What did he say about corn? I didn't hear it. She was picking at the second clothesline knot. He said something about corn. I know he did. I got it, Vicky said, and the suitcase fell open in her lap. They were passing a sign that said, Gatlin, 5 miles, drive carefully, protect our children. The sign had been put up by the Elks, and there were 22 caliber bullet holes in it. Socks, Vicky said. 2 pairs of pants, shirt, belt, string with a tie. She held it up, showing him the peeling gilt neck clasp. Who's that? Bert glanced at it. Hopalong Cassidy, I think. Oh, she put it back. She was crying again.
Bill Clinton. What?
After a moment, Bert said, Did anything strike you funny about that radio sermon? No, I heard enough of that stuff as a kid to last me forever. I told you about it. Didn't you think he sounded kind of young, that preacher? She uttered a mirthless laugh. A teenager? Well, maybe, so what? That's what's so monstrous about the whole trip. They like to get hold of them when their minds are still rubber. They know how to put all the emotional checks and balances in. You should have been at some of the tent meetings my mother and father dragged me to. Some of the ones I was saved at. Let's see. There was baby Hortense, the singing marvel. She was 8. She'd come on and sing, leaning on the everlasting arms, while her daddy passed the plate, telling everybody to dig deep now. Let's not let this little child of God down. And then there was Norman Staunton. He used to preach hellfire and brimstone in this little Lord Fauntleroy suit with short pants. He was only 7. She nodded at his look of unbelief. They weren't the only two either. There were plenty of them on the circuit. They were good draws. She spat the word. Ruby Stampnell. She was a 10-year-old faith healer. The Gray Sisters, they used to come out with little tinfoil halos over their heads and, oh, what is it? He jerked around to look at her and what she was holding in her hands. Vicky was staring at it raptly. Her slowly seining hands had snagged it on the bottom of the suitcase and had brought it up as she talked. Bert pulled over to take a better look. She gave it to him wordlessly. It was a crucifix that had been made from twists of corn husk, once green, now dry. Attached to this by woven corn silk was a dwarf corn cob. Most of the kernels had been carefully removed, probably dug out one at a time with a pocket knife. Those kernels remaining formed a crude cruciform figure in yellowish bas-relief. Corn kernel eyes, each slit long ways to suggest pupils. Outstretched kernel arms, the legs together, terminating in a rough indication of bare feet. Above, 4 letters also raised from the bone-white cob. I-N-R-I. That's a fantastic piece of workmanship, he said. It's hideous, she said in a flat, strained voice. Throw it out. Vicky, the police might want to see it. Why? Well, I don't know why. Maybe throw it out. Will you please do that for me? I don't want it in the car. I'll put it back, and as soon as we see the cops, we'll get rid of it one way or the other. I promise, okay? Oh, do whatever you want with it, she shouted at him. You will anyway. Troubled, he threw the thing in back, where it landed on a pile of clothes. Its corn kernel eyes stared raptly at the T-bird's dome light. He pulled out again, gravel splurting from beneath the tires. We'll give the body and everything that was in the suitcase to the cops, he promised, and then we'll be shut of it. Vicky didn't answer. She was looking at her hands. A mile further on, the endless cornfields drew away from the road, showing farmhouses and outbuildings. They saw dirty chickens pecking listlessly at the soil. There were faded cola and chewing gum ads on the roofs of barns. They passed a tall billboard that said, "Only Jesus Saves." They passed a cafe with a Conoco gas island. But Bert decided to go on into the center of town, if there was one. And if not, they could come back to the cafe. It only occurred to him after they had passed it that the parking lot had been empty, except it looked like it was sitting on 2 flat tires. It struck Bert as being dangerously close to hysteria. What's so funny? The signs, she said, gasping and hiccuping. Haven't you been reading them? When they called this the Bible Belt, they sure weren't kidding. Oh, Lordy, there's another bunch. Another burst of hysterical laughter escaped her, and she clapped both hands over her mouth. Each sign had only one word. They were leaning on whitewashed sticks that had been implanted in the sandy shoulder long ago by the looks. The whitewash was flaked and faded. They were coming up at 80-foot intervals, and Bert read, cloud by day, pillar of fire by night. They only forgot one thing, Vicky said, still giggling helplessly. What? Bert asked, frowning. Vermishave. She held a knuckled fist against her open mouth to keep in the laughter, but her semi-hysterical giggles flowed around it like effervescent ginger ale bubbles. Vicky, are you all right? I will be, just as soon as we're 1,000 miles away from here in sunny, sinful California with the Rockies between us and Nebraska. Another group of signs came up, and they read them silently. Take this and eat, saith the Lord God. Why, thought, should I immediately associate that indefinite pronoun with born? Isn't that what they say when they give you communion? It had been so long since he had been to church that he really couldn't remember. He wouldn't be surprised if they used cornbread for holy wafer around these parts. He opened his mouth to tell Vicky that, and then got better of it. They breasted a gentle rise, and there was Gatlin below them, all 3 blocks of it, looking like a set from a movie about the Depression. There'll be a constable, Bert said, and wondered why the sight of that hick one-timetable town dozing in the sun should have brought a lump of dread into his throat. They passed a speed sign proclaiming that no more than 30 was now in order, and another sign, rust-flecked, which said, "You are now entering Gatlin, nicest little town in Nebraska or anywhere else. Population 4,531. Dusty elms stood on both sides of the road, most of them diseased. They passed the Gatlin lumber yard and a 76 gas station, where the price signs swung slowly in a hot noon breeze. Regular 35.9, high test 38.9. And another which said, "Hi, truckers, diesel fuel around back." They crossed Elm Street, then Birch Street, and came up on the town square. The houses lining the streets were plain wood with screened porches, angular and functional. The lawns were yellow and dispirited. Up ahead, a mongrel dog walked slowly out into the middle of Maple Street, stood looking at them for a moment, then lay down in the road with its nose on its paws. "Stop," Vicky said. "Stop right here." Bert pulled obediently to the curb. "Turn around. Let's take the body to Grand Island. That's not too far, is it? Let's do that." "Vicky, what's wrong?" "What do you mean, what's wrong?" she asked, her voice rising thinly. "This town is empty, Bert. There's nobody here but us. Can't you feel that?" He had felt something, and still felt it, but it just seems that way, he said. "But it sure is a one-hydrant town. Probably all up in the square having a bake sale or a bingo game." "There's no one here." She said the words with a queer, strained emphasis. "Didn't you see that 76 station back there?" "Sure, by the lumberyard. So what?" His mind was elsewhere, listening to the dull buzz of a cicada burrowing into one of the nearby elms. He could smell corn, dusty roses, and fertilizer, of course. For the first time, they were off the turnpike in a town in a state he had never been in before, although he had flown over it from time to time in United Airlines 747s, and somehow it felt all wrong, but all right. Somewhere up ahead, there would be a drugstore with a soda fountain, a movie house named the Bijou, a school named after JFK. "Bert, the prices said $35.9 for regular and $38.9 for high octane. Now, how long has it been since anyone in this country paid those prices?" Years, he admitted. "But Vicky, We're right in town, Brett, and there's not a car. Not one car. Grand Island is 70 miles away. It would look funny if we took him there. I don't care. Look, let's just drive up to the courthouse and... No! There, damn it, there. Why our marriage is falling apart in a nutshell. No, I won't. No, sir. And furthermore, I'll hold my breath till I turn blue if you don't let me have my way. Vicky, he said, I want to get out of here, Bert. Vicky, listen to me. Turn around. Let's go. Your soul is I'll stop when Now let's go. We have a dead child in the trunk of our car. He roared at her and took a distinct pleasure at the way she flinched, the way her face crumbled. In a slightly lower voice, he went on. His throat was cut, and he was shoved out into the road, and I ran him over. Now, I'm going to drive up to the courthouse, or whatever they have here, and I'm going to report it. If you want to start walking towards the pike, go to it. I'll pick you up. But then you tell me to turn around and drive 70 miles like we had nothing in the trunk but a bag of garbage. He happens to be some mother's son, and I'm going to report it before whoever killed him gets over the hills and far away. You bastard, she said, crying. What am I doing with you? I don't know, he said. I don't know anymore. But the situation can be remedied, Vicky. He pulled away from the curb. The dog lifted its head at the brief squeal of the tires, and then lowered it to its paws again. They drove the remaining block to the square. At the corner of Main and Pleasant, Main Street split in two. There actually was a town square, a grassy park with a bandstand in the middle. On the other end, where Main Street became one again, there were two official-looking buildings. Bert could make out the lettering on one, Gatlin Municipal Center. That's it, he said. Vicky said nothing. Halfway up the square, Bert pulled over again. They were beside a lunchroom, the Gatlin Bar and Grill. Where are you going? Vicky asked with alarm as he opened the door. To find out where everyone is. Sign in the window there says open. You're not going to leave me here alone. So come, who's stopping you? She in front of the car. He saw how pale her face was and felt an instant pity. Hopeless pity. Do you hear it? She asked as he joined her. Hear what? The nothing. No cars, no people, no tractors, nothing. And then, from a block over, they heard the high and joyous laughter of children. I hear kids, he said. Don't you? She looked at him, troubled. He opened the lunchroom door and stepped into dry antiseptic heat. The floor was dusty. The sheen on the chrome was dull. The wooden blades of the ceiling fan stood still. Empty tables. Empty counter stools. But the mirror behind the counter had been shattered, and there was something else. In a moment he had it. All the beer taps had been broken off. They lay along the counter like bizarre party favors. Vicky's voice was gay and near to breaking. Sure, ask anybody. Pardon me, sir, but could you tell me... Oh, shut up. But his voice was dull and without force. They were standing in a bar of dusty sunlight that fell through the lunchroom's big plate glass window, and again, he had that feeling of being watched. And he thought of the boy they had in their trunk, and of the high laughter of children. A phrase came to him for no reason, a legal-sounding phrase, and it began to repeat mystically in his mind. Sight unseen, sight unseen, sight unseen. His eyes traveled over the age-yellowed cards, thumb-tacked up behind the counter. Cheeseburger, 35 cents. World's Best Joke, 10 cents. Strawberry rhubarb pie, 25 cents. Today's special, ham and red-eye gravy with mashed potatoes, 80 cents. How long since he had seen lunchroom prices like that? Vicky had the answer. Look at this, she said shrilly. She was pointing at the calendar on the wall. They've been in supper for 12 years, I guess. She uttered a grinding laugh. He walked over. The picture showed two boys swimming in a pond while a cute little dog carried off their clothes. Behind the picture was the legend, "Compliments of Gatlin Lumber and Hardware. You break 'em, we fix 'em." The month on view was August 1964. "I don't understand," he faltered. "But I'm sure." "You're sure?" She stared. "Sure, you're sure? That's part of your trouble, Bert. You spent your whole life being sure." He turned back to the door and she came after him. "Where are you going?" "To the municipal center." "Bert, why do you have to be so stubborn? You know something's wrong here. Can't you just admit it?" "I'm not being stubborn. I just want to get shut of what's in that trunk." They stepped out on the sidewalk, and Bert was struck afresh by the town's silence and the smell of food. Somehow, he never thought of that smell, buttered and near the salt that had been in. Compliments of sun rain and all sorts of man-made phosphates. A good healthy dose of cow shit. But somehow, this smell was different from the one he had grown up with in rural upstate New York. You could say whatever you wanted to about organic fertilizer, but there was something almost fragrant about it when the spreader was laying it down in the fields. Not one of your great perfumes, God, no, but when the late afternoon spring breeze would pick up and waft it over the freshly turned fields, it was a smell with good associations. It meant winter was over for good. It meant that the school doors were going to bang closed in 6 weeks or so and spill everyone out into summer. There was a smell tied irrevocably in his mind with other aromas that were perfume. Timothy grass, clover, fresh earth, hollyhocks, dogwood. But they must do something different out here, he thought. The smell was close, but not the same. There was a sickish, sweet undertone, almost a death smell. As a medical orderly in Vietnam, he had become well versed in that smell. Vicky was sitting quietly in the car, holding the corn crucifix in her lap and staring at it in a rapt way Bert didn't like. "Put that thing down," he said. "No," she said without looking up. "You play your games and I'll play mine." He put the car in gear and drove up to the corner. A dead stoplight hung overhead, swinging in a faint breeze. To the left was a neat white church. The grass was cut. Neatly kept flowers grew beside the flagged path up to the door. Bert pulled over. "What are you doing?" "I'm gonna go in and take a look," Bert said. "It's the only place in town that looks as if there isn't 10 years dust on it. And look at that sermon board." She looked. Neatly pegged white letters under glass read, "The power and grace of he who walks behind the rose." The date was 27 July 1976, the Sunday before. "He who walks behind the rose," Bert said, turning off the ignition. "One of the 9,000 names of God only used in Nebraska, I guess. Coming?" She didn't smile. "I'm not going with you." "Fine, whatever you want." "I haven't been in a church since I left home, and I don't want to be in this church, and I don't want to be in this town, Bert. I'm scared out of my mind. Can't we just go?" "I'll only be a minute." "I got my keys, Bert. If you're not back in 5 minutes, I'll just drive away and leave you here." "Now, just wait a minute, lady." "That's what I'm gonna do. Unless you want to assault me like a common mugger and take my keys. I suppose you could do that." But you don't think I will? No. Her purse was on the seat between them. He snatched it up. She screamed and his shoulders fell. He pulled it out of her reach. Not bothering to dig, he simply turned the bag upside down and let everything fall out. Her key ring glittered with tissues, cosmetics, change, and shopping lists. She lunged for it, but he beat her again. The keys in his hand. You didn't have to do that, she said. Give it to me. No, he said, and gave her a hard, meaningless grin. No way. Oh, please, Bert, I'm scared. She held her hand out, pleading now. You'd wait 2 minutes and decide that was long enough. I wouldn't. And then you'd drive off laughing and saying to yourself, that'll teach Bert to cross me when I want something. Hasn't that pretty much been your motto during our married life? That'll teach Bert to cross me. He got out of the car. Please, Bert, she screamed, sliding across the seat. Listen, I know. We'll drive out of town and call from a phone booth, okay? I've got all kinds of change. We can't. Don't leave me alone, Bert. Don't leave me out here alone. He slammed the door on her cry and then leaned against the side of the TV for a moment, thumbs against his closed eyes. She was pounding on the driver's side window, calling his name. She was going to make a wonderful impression before he found someone in authority to take charge of the kid's body. Oh, yes. He turned and walked up the flagstone path to the church doors. 2 or 3 minutes just to look around and he'd be back out. Probably the door wasn't even unlocked. But it pushed in easily on silent, well-oiled hinges. Directly. He thought that seemed funny for no really good reason. And he stepped into the vestibule so cool that it was almost chilly. It took his eyes a moment to adjust to the dimness. The first thing he noticed was a pile of written letters in the far corner, dusty and jumbled indifferently together. He went curious. They looked as old and forgotten as the calendar in the bar and grill, unlike the rest of the vestibule, which was dust-free and tidy. The letters were about 2 feet high, obviously part of the set. He spread them out on the carpet. There were 18 of them, and shifted them around like anagrams. Hurt, bite, crag, chap, CS. Nope. Crap, target, chibs, huck. That wasn't much good either, except for the CH in chibs. He quickly assembled the word church and was left looking at rap, tagot, sibs. English. He was squatting here, playing idiot games with a bunch of letters, while Vicky was going nuts out in the car. He started to get up.
Right, Will.
Saw it. He formed Baptist,
Have yourself a
Rag, Eck.
nice day
And
at
by
work.
changing 2 letters, he had Grace. Grace Baptist Church. The letters must have been out front. They had taken them down and had thrown them indifferently in the corner, and the church had been painted since then, so that you couldn't even see where the letters had been. Why? It wasn't the Grace Baptist Church anymore, that was why. So, what kind of church was it? For some reason, that question caused a trickle of fear, and he stood up quickly, dusting his fingers. So they had taken down a bunch of letters. So what? Maybe they had changed the place into Flip Wilson's church, and what's happening now? But what had happened then? He shook it off impatiently and went through the inner doors. Now he was standing at the back of the church itself, and as he looked towards the nave, he felt fear close around his heart and squeeze tightly. His breath drew in, loud in the pregnant silence of this place. The space behind the pulpit was dominated.
That's a
by
lot of
gigantic
zombie
portrait of
bits.
Christ. And Bert thought, if nothing else in this town gave Vicky the screaming memes, this would. The Christ was grinning, vulpine. His eyes were wide and staring, reminding Bert uneasily of Lon Chaney in The Phantom of the Opera. In each of the wide black pupils, someone, a sinner presumably, was drowning in a lake of fire. But the oddest thing was that this Christ had green hair, which on closer examination revealed itself to be a twining mass of early summer corn. The picture was crudely done, but effective. It looked like a comic strip mural done by a gifted child, an Old Testament Christ, or a pagan Christ that might slaughter his sheep for sacrifice instead of leading them. At the foot of the left-hand ranks of pews was a pipe organ, and Bert could not at first tell what was wrong with it. He walked down the left-hand aisle and saw with slowly dawning horror that the keys had been ripped up, the stops had been pulled out, and the pipes themselves filled with dry corn husks. Over the organ was a carefully lettered plaque which read, "Make no music except with human tongues, saith the Lord God." Vicky was right. Something was terribly wrong here. He debated going back to Vicky without exploring any further, just getting into the car and leaving town as quickly as possible, never mind the municipal building. But it grated on him. Tell the truth, he thought. You want to give her band $5,000 to work at before going back and admitting she was right to start with. He'd go back in a minute or so. He walked towards the pulpit thinking, people must go through Gatlin all the time. There must be people in the neighboring towns who have friends and relatives here. The Nebraska SP must cruise through from time to time. And what about the power company? The stoplight had been dead. Surely they'd know if the power had been dead for 12 long years. Conclusion? What seemed to have happened in Gatlin was impossible. Still, he had the creeps. He climbed the 4 carpeted steps to the pulpit and looked out over the deserted pews, glimmering in the half-shadows. He seemed to feel the weight of those eldritch and decidedly unchristian eyes boring into his back. There was a large Bible on the lectern, open to the 38th chapter of Job. Bert glanced down at it and read, "Then the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind, and said, Who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare, if thou hast understanding. The Lord, he who walks behind the rows. Declare if thou hast understanding, and please pass the corn." He fluttered the pages of the Bible, and they made a dry whispering sound in the quiet, the sound that ghosts might make, if there really were such things. And in a place like this, you could almost believe it. Sections of the Bible had been chopped out, mostly from the New Testament, he saw. Someone had decided to take on the job of amending good King James with a pair of scissors, but the Old Testament was intact. He was about to leave the pulpit when he saw another book on a lower shelf and took it out, thinking it might be a church record of weddings and confirmations and burials. He grimaced at the words stamped on the cover, done inexpertly in gold leaf. Thus let the iniquitous be cut down, so that the ground may be fertile again, saith the Lord God of hosts. There seemed to be one train of thought around here, and Bert didn't care much for the track it seemed to ride on. He opened the book to the first wide-lined sheet. A child had done the lettering he saw immediately. In places, an ink eraser had been carefully used, and while there were no misspellings, the letters were large and childishly made, drawn rather than written. The first column read, Amos Deegan Richard, born September 4th, 1945, September 4, 1964. Isaac Renfrew William, born September 19th, 1945, September 19th, 1964. Zebaniah Kirk George, born October 14th, 1945, October 14th, 1964. Mary Wells Roberta, born November 12, 1945, November 12, 1964. Yemen Hollis Edward, born January 5, 1946, January 5, 1965. Frowning, Bert continued to turn through the pages. 3/4 of the way through, the double columns ended abruptly. Rachel Stigman Donna, born June 21st, 1957, June 21st, 1976. Moses Richardson Henry, born July 29, 1957. Malachi Boardman Craig, born August 15th, 1957. The last entry in the book was for Ruth Clausen Sandra, born April 30th, 1961. Bert looked at the shelf where he had found this book and came up with 2 more. The first had the same iniquitous Be Cut Down logo, and it continued the same record, the single column tracing birth dates and names. In early September of 1964, he found Job Gilman Clayton, born September 6th, and the next entry was Eve Tobin, born June 16th, 1965, no second name in parentheses. The third book was blank. Standing behind the pulpit, Bert thought about it. Something had happened in 1964. Something to do with religion and corn and children. Dear God, we beg thy blessing on the crop, for Jesus' sake, amen. And the knife raised high to sacrifice the lamb, but had it been a lamb? Perhaps a religious mania had swept them. Alone, all alone, cut off from the outside world by hundreds of square miles of the rustling secret corn. Alone under 70 million acres of blue sky. Alone under the watchful eye of God, now a strange green God, a God of corn, grown old and strange and hungry. He who walks behind the rows. Bert felt a chill creep into his flesh. Vicky, let me tell you a story. It's about Amos Deegan, who was born Richard Deegan on 4 September 1945. He took the name Amos in 1964. Fine Old Testament name, Amos. One of the minor prophets. Well, Vicky, what happened, don't laugh, is that Dick Deegan and his friends, Billy Renfrew, George Kirk, Roberta Wells, and Eddie Hollis, among others, they got religion. And they killed off their parents. All of them. Isn't that a scream? Shot them in their beds, knifed them in their bathtubs, poisoned their suppers, hung them, or disemboweled them for all I know. Why? The corn. Maybe it was dying. Maybe they got the idea somehow that it was dying because there was too much sinning, not enough sacrifice. They would have done it in the corn, in the rows. And somehow, Vicky, I'm quite sure of this, somehow, they decided that 19 was as old as any of them could live. Richard Amos Deegan, the hero of our little story, had his 19th birthday on 4 September 1964, the date of the book. I think maybe they killed him, sacrificed him in the corn. Isn't that a silly story? But let's look at Rachel Stigman, who was Donna Stigman until 1964. She turned 19 on 21 June, just about a month ago. Moses Richardson was born on 29 July, just 3 days from today, he'll be 19. Any idea what's going to happen to old Mose on the 29th? I can guess. Bert licked his lips. felt dry. Oh, one other thing, Vicky. Look at this. We have Job Gilman Clayton, born on 6 September 1964. No other births until 16 June 1965. A gap of 10 months. Know what I think? They killed all the parents, even the pregnant ones. That's what I think. And one of them got pregnant in October of 1964 and gave
Eat
birth
Matrix skins.
some 16
Oh
or
my
17
god.
year old girl. Eve, the first woman. He thumbed back through the book feverishly.
Yeah, we're
Found
not saving 50
below it,
skins.
Adam Greenlaw, born July 11, 1965. They'd be just 11 now, he thought, and his flesh began to crawl. And maybe they're out there, someplace. But how could such a thing be kept secret? How could it go on? How, unless the God in question approved? Oh, Jesus, Bert said into the silence. And that was when the T-Bird's horn began to blare into the afternoon, one long, continuous blast. Bert jumped from the pulpit and ran down the center aisle. He threw open the outer vestibule door, letting in hot sunshine, dazzling. Vicky was bolt upright behind the steering wheel, both hands plastered on the horn ring, her head swiveling wildly. From all around, the children were coming. Some of them were laughing gaily. They held knives, hatchets, pipes, rocks, hammers. One girl, maybe 8, with beautiful long blonde hair, held a jackhammer. Rural weapons, not a gun among them. Bert felt a wild urge to scream out, "Which of you is Adam and Eve? Who are the mothers? Who are the daughters, fathers, sons? Declare if thou hast understanding." They came from the side streets, from the town green, through the gate and the chain-link fence around the school playground a block further east. Some of them glanced indifferently at Bert, standing frozen on the church steps, and some nudged each other and pointed and smiled the sweet smiles of children. The girls were dressed in long brown wool and faded sunbonnets. The boys, like Quaker parsons, were all in black and wore round-crowned, flat-brimmed hats. They streamed across the town square towards the car, across lawns. A few came across the front yard of what had been the Grace Baptist Church until 1964. One or two of them almost close enough to touch. "The shotgun!" Bert yelled. "Vicky, get the shotgun!" But she was frozen in her panic. He could see that from the steps. He doubted if she could ever hear him through the closed windows. They converged on the Thunderbird. The axes and hatchets and chunks of pipe began to rise and fall. My God, am I seeing this? He thought frozenly. An arrow of chrome fell off the side of the car. The hood ornament went flying. Knives crawled spirals through the sidewalls of the tires, and the car settled. The horn blared on and on. The windshield and side windows went opaque and cracked under the onslaught. And then the safety glass sprayed inwards, and he could see again. Vicky was crouched back, only one hand on the horn ring now, the other thrown up to protect her face. Eager young hands reached in, fumbling for the lock-unlock button. She beat them away wildly. The horn became intermittent, and then stopped altogether. The beaten and dented driver's side door was hauled open. They were trying to drag her out, but her hands were wrapped around the steering wheel. Then, one of them leaned in, knife in hand, and his paralysis broke, and he plunged down the steps, almost falling, and ran down the flagstone walk towards them. One of them, a boy about 16, with long red hair spilling out from beneath his hat, turned towards him, almost casually, and something flicked through the air. Bert's left arm jerked backwards, and for a moment He had the absurd thought that he had been punched at long distance. Then the pain came, so sharp and sudden that the world went gray. He examined his arm with a stupid sort of wonder. A $1.50 Penzi jackknife was growing out of it like a strange tumor. The sleeve of his J.C. Penney sports shirt was turning red. He looked at it for what seemed like forever, trying to understand how he could have grown a jackknife. Was it possible? When he looked up, the boy with red hair was almost on top of him. He was grinning, confident. "Hey, you bastard," Bert said. His voice was creaking, shocked. "Remand your soul to God, or you will stand before his throne momentarily," the boy with the red hair said, and clawed for Bert's eyes. Bert stepped back, pulled the Penzi out of his arm, and stuck it into the red-haired boy's throat. The gush of blood was immediate, gigantic. Bert was splashed with it. The red-haired boy began to gobble and walk in a large circle. He clawed at the knife, trying to pull it free, and was unable. Bert watched him, jaw hanging agape. None of this was happening. It was a dream. The red-haired boy gobbled and walked. Now his sound was the only one in the hot, early afternoon. The others watched, stunned. This part of it wasn't in the script, Bert thought numbly. Vicky and I, we were in the script. And the boy in the corner was trying to run away, but not one of their own. He stared at them savagely, wanting to scream, "How do you like it?" The red-haired boy gave one last weak gobble and sank to his knees. He stared up at Bert for a moment, and then his hands dropped away from the shaft of the knife, and he fell forward. A soft sighing sound from the children gathered around the Thunderbird. They stared at Bert. Bert stared back at them, fascinated. And that was when he noticed that Vicky was gone. "Where is she?" he asked. "Where did you take her?" One of the boys raised a blood-streaked hunting knife towards his throat and made a sawing motion there. He grinned. That was the only answer. From somewhere in back, an older boy's voice, soft, "Get him." The boys began to walk towards him. Bert backed up. They began to walk faster. Bert backed up faster. The shotgun, the goddamn shotgun, out of reach. The sun cut their shadows darkly on the green church lawn. And then he was on the sidewalk. He turned and ran. "Kill him!" someone roared, and they came after him. He ran, but not quite blindly. He skirted the municipal building. No help there. They would corner him like a rat, and ran on up Main Street, which opened out and became the highway again 2 blocks further up. He and Vicky would have been on that road now and away if he had only listened. His loafers slapped against the sidewalk. Ahead of him, he could see a few more business buildings, including the Gatlin Ice Cream Shop and, sure enough, the Bijou Theater. The dust-clotted marquee letters read, "Now showing limited engagement, Elizabeth Taylor, Cleopatra." Beyond the next cross street was a gas station that marked the edge of town. And beyond that, the corn, closing back into the sides of the road. A green tide of corn. Bert ran. He was already out of breath, and the knife wound in his upper arm was beginning to hurt, and he was leaving a trail of blood. As he ran, he yanked his handkerchief from his back pocket and stuck it inside his shirt. He ran. His loafers pounded the cracked cement of the sidewalk. His breath rasped in his throat with more and more heat. His arm began to throb in earnest. Some mordant part of his brain tried to ask if he thought he could run all the way to the next town, if he could run 20 miles of 2-lane blacktop. He ran. Behind him, he could hear them, 15 years younger and faster than he was, gaining. Their feet slapped on the pavement. They whooped and shouted back and forth to each other. They're having more fun than a 5-alarm fire, Bert thought disjointedly. They'll talk about it for years. Bert ran. past the gas station marking the edge of town. His breath gasped and roared in his chest. The sidewalk ran out under his feet. And now there was only one thing to do, only one chance to beat them and escape with his life. The houses were gone. The town was gone. The corn had surged in a soft green wave back to the edges of the road. The green sword-like leaves rustled softly. It would be deep in there, deep and cool, shady in the rows of man-high corn. He ran past a sign that said, "You are now leaving Gatlin, nicest little town in Nebraska, or anywhere else. Drop in anytime." I'll be sure to do that, Bert thought dimly. He ran past the sign like a sprinter closing on the tape, and then swerved left, crossing the road, and kicked his loafers away. Then he was in the corn, and it closed behind him and over him like waves of a green sea, taking him in, hiding him. He felt a sudden and wholly unexpected relief sweep him, and at the same moment he got his second wind. His lungs, which had been shallowing up, seemed to unlock and give him more breath. He ran straight down the first row he had entered, head ducked, his broad shoulders swiping the leaves and making them tremble. 20 yards in, he turned right, parallel to the road again, and ran on, keeping low so they wouldn't see his dark head of hair bobbing amid the yellow corn tassels. He doubled back towards the road for a few moments, crossed more rows, and then put his back to the road and hopped randomly from row to row, always delving deeper and deeper into the corn. At last, he collapsed onto his knees and put his forehead against the ground. He could only hear his own taxed breathing, and the thought that played over and over in his mind was, "Thank God I gave up smoking. Thank God I gave up smoking. Thank God." Then he could hear them, yelling back and forth to each other, in some cases bumping into each other. "Hey, this is my row!" And the sound heartened him. They were well away to his left, and they sounded very poorly organized. He took his handkerchief out of his shirt, folded it, and stuck it back in after looking at the wound. The bleeding seemed to have stopped in spite of the workout he had given it. He rested a moment longer, and was suddenly aware that he felt good, physically better than he had in years, except for the throb of his arm. He felt well exercised, and suddenly, rather than a clear cut, no matter what he said, problem. After 2 years of trying to cope with the incubotic remnants that was sucking his marriage dry. It wasn't right that he should feel this way, thought himself. He was in deadly peril of his life, and his wife had been carried off. She might be dead now. He tried to summon up Kiki's face and dispel some of the odd good feeling by doing so, but her face wouldn't come. What came was the red-haired boy with the knife in his throat. He became aware of the corn fragrance in his nose now, all around him. The wind through the tops of the plants made a sound like voices, soothing. Whatever had been done in the name of this corn, it was now his protector. But they were getting closer. Running hunched over, he hurried up the row he was in, crossed over, doubled back, and crossed over more rows. He tried to keep the voices always on his left, but as the afternoon progressed, that became harder to do. The voices had grown faint, and often the rustling sound of the corn obscured them altogether. He would run, listen, run again. The earth was hard-packed, and his stockinged feet left little or no trace. When he stopped much later, the sun was hanging over the fields to his right, red and inflamed, and when he looked at his watch, he saw that it was 7:15. The sun had stained the corn tops a reddish gold, but here the shadows were dark and deep. He cocked his head, listening. With the coming of sunset, the wind had died entirely, and the corn stood still, exhaling its aroma of growth into the warm air. If they were still in the corn, they were either far away or just hunkered down and listening. But Bert didn't think a bunch of kids, even crazy ones, could be quiet for that long. He suspected They had done the most kid-like thing, regardless of the consequences for them. They had given up and gone home. He turned towards the setting sun, which had sunk between the raftered clouds on the horizon, and began to walk. If he cut on a diagonal through the rows, always keeping the setting sun ahead of him, he would be bound to strike Route 17 sooner or later. The ache in his arm had settled into a dull throb that was nearly pleasant, and the good feeling was still with him. He decided that as long as he was here, he would let the good feeling exist in him without guilt. The guilt would return when he had to face the authorities and account for what had happened in Gatlin, but that could wait. He pressed through the corn, thinking he had never felt so keenly aware. 15 minutes later, the sun was only a hemisphere poking over the horizon, and he stopped again, his new awareness clicking into a pattern he didn't like. It was vaguely frightening. He cocked his head. The corn was rustling. Bert had been aware of that for some time, but he had just put it together with something else. The wind was still. How could that be? He looked around warily, half expecting to see the smiling boys in their Quaker coats creeping out of the corn, their knives clutched in their hands. Nothing of the sort. Well, there was still that rustling noise off to the left. He began to walk in that direction, not having to bull through the corn anymore. The row was taking him in the direction he wanted to go naturally. The row ended up ahead. Ended? No. Emptied out into some sort of clearing. The rustling was there. He stopped, suddenly afraid. The scent of the corn was strong enough to be cloying. The rows held on to the sun's heat, and he became aware that he was plastered with sweat and chaff and thin spider strands of corn silk. The bugs ought to be crawling all over him, but they weren't. He stood still, staring towards that place where the corn opened out onto what looked like a large circle of bare earth. There were no minges or mosquitoes in here, no black flies or chiggers, what he and Vicky had called drive-in bugs when they had been courting, he thought with sudden and unexpectedly sad nostalgia. And he hadn't seen a single crow. How was that for weird? A corn patch with no crows? In the last of the daylight, he swept his eyes closely over the row of corn to his left, and saw that every leaf and stalk was perfect, which was just not possible. No yellow blight, no tattered leaves, no caterpillar eggs, no burrows, no... His eyes widened. My God, there aren't any weeds. Not a single one. Every foot and a half, the corn plants rose from the earth. There was no witchgrass, jimson, pikeweed, horsehair, or poke salad. Nothing. Bert stared up, eyes wide. The light in the west was fading. The raftered clouds had drawn back together. Below them, the golden light had faded to pink and ochre. It would be dark soon enough. It was time to go down to the clearing in the corn and see what was there. Hadn't that been the plan all along? All the time he had thought he was cutting back to the highway. Hadn't he been being led to this place? Dread in his belly, he went on down to the row and stood at the edge of the clearing. There was enough light for him to see what was here. He couldn't scream. There didn't seem to be enough air left in his lungs. He tottered in on legs like slats of splintery wood. His eyes bulged from his sweaty face. "Vicky," he whispered. "Oh, Vicky, my God." She had been mounted on a crossbar like a hideous trophy, her arms held at the wrists, and her legs at the ankles with twists of common barbed wire. 70 cents a yard at any hardware store in Nebraska. Her eyes had been ripped out. The sockets were filled with new flax of corn silk. Her jaws were wrenched open in a silent scream, her mouth filled with corn husks. On her left was a skeleton in a moldering surface. The nude jawbone grinned. The eye socket seemed to stare at Bert jocularly, as if the one-time minister of the Grace Baptist Church was saying, "It's not so bad being sacrificed by pagan devil children in the corn. It's not so bad having your eyes ripped out of your skull, according to the law of Moses. It's not so bad." To the left of the skeleton in the surplice was a second skeleton. This one dressed in a rotting blue uniform. A hat hung over the skull, shading the eyes, and on the peak of the cap was a greenish-tinged badge reading Police Chief. That was when Bert heard it coming. Not the children, but something much larger, moving through the corn and towards the clearing. Not the children, no. The children wouldn't venture into the corn at night. This was the holy place, the place of he who walks behind the rows. Jerkily, Bert turned to flee. The row he had entered the clearing by was gone, closed up. All the rows had closed up. It was coming closer now, and he could hear it, pushing through the corn. He could hear it breathing. An ecstasy of superstitious terror seized him. It was coming. The corn on the far side of the clearing had suddenly darkened, as if a gigantic shadow had blotted it out. Coming. He who walks behind the rows. It began to come into the clearing. Bert saw something huge, bulking up to the sky. Something green with terrible red eyes the size of footballs. Something that smelled like dry corn husks years in some dark barn. He began to scream, but he did not scream long. Sometime later, a bloated orange harvest moon came up. The children of the corn stood in the clearing at midday, looking at the two crucified skeletons and the two bodies. The bodies were not skeletons yet, but they would be, in time. And here in the heartlands of Nebraska, in the corn, there was nothing but time. "Behold, a dream came to me in the night, and the Lord did show all this to me." They all turned to look at Isaac with dread and wonder, even Malachi. Isaac was only 9, but he had been the seer since the corn had taken David a year ago. David had been 19, and he had walked into the corn on his birthday, just as dusk had come drifting down the summer rows. Now, small-faced grave under his round-crowned hat, Isaac continued. "And in my dream, the Lord was a shadow that walked behind the rows, and he spoke to me in the words he used to our older brothers years ago. He is much displeased with this sacrifice." They made a sighing, sobbing noise and looked at the surrounding walls of green. "And the Lord did say, 'Have I not given you a place of killing, that you might make a sacrifice there? And have I not shewn you favor? But this man has made a blasphemy within me, and I have completed this sacrifice myself, like the blue man and the false minister who escaped many years ago.'" "The blue man, the false minister," they whispered, and looked at each other uneasily. "So now is the age of favor lowered from 19 plantings and harvestings to 18. Isaac went on relentlessly. "Yet be fruitful and multiply as the corn multiplies, that my favor may be shewn you and be upon you." Isaac ceased. The eyes turned to Malachi and Joseph, the only two among this party who were 18. There were others back in town, perhaps 20 in all. They waited to hear what Malachi would say. Malachi, who had led the hunt for Japheth, who evermore would be known as Ahaz, cursed of God. Malachi had cut the throat of Ahaz, and had thrown his body out of the corn so the foul body would not pollute it or blight it. "I obeyed the word of God," Malachi whispered. The corn seemed to sigh its approval. In the weeks to come, The girls would make many corncob crucifixes to ward off further evil. And that night, all of those now above the age of favor walked silently into the corn and went to the clearing to gain the continued favor of he who walks behind the rows. "Goodbye, Malachi," Ruth called. She waved disconsolately. Her belly was big with Malachi's child, and tears coursed silently down her cheeks. Malachi did not turn. His back was straight. The corn swallowed him. Ruth turned away, still crying. She had conceived a secret hatred for the corn, and sometimes dreamed of walking into it with a torch in each hand when dry September came, and the stalks were dead and explosively combustible. But she also feared it. Out there, in the night, something walked, and it saw everything, even the secrets kept in human hearts. Dusk deepened into night. Around Gatlin, the corn rustled and whispered secretly. It was well pleased.
Hi, MRE. It goes pretty good. Going all right, man. It's going all right. Uh, how you doing, MRE? Hey, Ben. Nope, that is not the potato truck. That is the F-150 that I won at the jump contest. Build up a server. Nice. Staying out of the line of fire, I'm hoping. Shit. Suddenly we're at over 8 hours. Matrix Predator. Okay. Okay. So far, just AI. All you've run into. AI dies just like anybody else, I suppose. Oh, oh, I got such terrible posture. Why does my posture have to be so bad? Why is my posture so bad? Well, I hope everybody's having a Friday morning. Gotta run. Catch you later. All right, Emery. I'm pretty much done for the day myself, so I'm gonna call it a day right here. Uh, I am beat. Log out in the little house, little watermelon house. I think tomorrow I'll experiment with space engineers. give that a go. See how that runs on the new PC. Ugh, gotta clear the crash logs. Know that. Till tomorrow. Love you all. Thanks for hanging out, running around with me on the server. The new PC kick